Try mine, Dave.
Starting to...
I'm trying to balance what I already got right now. My plate's feeling pretty full.
Your plate's full. I'm nervous as shit right now. Or hell.
How do you think I feel with all these fucking things I need to do?
I see what you guys are doing. You guys are playing favorite.
Be glad you zone out when I was mentioning everything.
I wasn't. I was actually listening going, oh my god. And then I just went back to my shit.
Master, guess what else it did? It saved my shapeshifting.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, it's still got me at the 1.15. I'm at my proper height still.
Hey.
Let's see if it lasts like that when I look back in next time.
Probably. But at least I know that there are definitely new assets for people to choose, as well as more options for body type.
Yes.
I also gave the stream
The
a
unlocked
new
thing
start
I
screen.
like, the only thing I don't like is it doesn't give me hands.
You get no hands.
I'm pretty sure that's with most of them.
No, I mean I've got hands with Dragon Ball.
Well, I mean you got claws.
Yeah, hands.
Hands.
Well,
Just
because
hands.
because with the custom, it's just a default thing. So you would have to actually choose the
Let's
body
go.
type.
Hi, Galaxy.
I did choose the body type. I chose the Dragon Ball body type, and I didn't have hand.
Oh, I should have put that up there. I was going to put a scheduled thing on there. Whatever. Never mind. Oh, I'll do it later. You always got to do shit later.
Huh.
Nice little startup screen you got here.
Yeah, that is indeed strange.
Yes, I wanted to change the background
I
and make it
definitely don't
something
know
different.
why.
So
How do I quit again?
took a little work to
Does that?
get
You
some
just close the
straightened
browser.
out.
I don't want to close the browser. I'm just gonna hit back. That will do.
Also, there will be a contest until June 30th for the
Contest,
Transformers.
does this mean I get a free? Does this mean I get a free prize?
You get my undying friendship and caring love for you. That I don't kill your character. Okay. Okay, the leg is not going to be lost off Gilgamesh. It's going to be off of Void Striker. They'll have plenty to work with then.
Why not both?
Okay.
I agree with that.
Hell yeah.
All right, so I guess we're taking both Overload's legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Go
agree
for
with
it.
this.
Wait,
Go
Miss.
for it.
No, but there will be a
We're
contest.
turning your legs into wheels.
Fuck yeah, I get more mobility.
Do you though? You're
They're
not really
going
gonna be able to jump without legs.
Rocket hands.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about this. So yes, there will be a contest. I can only ship to level 48 because I can't afford to ship overseas. So hey, maybe I could if I'm
Not that expensive. Oh wait, I forget. You're in America. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
This is America.
So the more anyone puts out there on sharing the stream
what do I
out
get for my
and
6-month streak?
A potato. A very fine potato. You already got one. You're living in it anyway.
Exactly. Why would I want a smaller potato?
Well, maybe it's a ship. You can fly around and stuff.
The ship.
Nah, you
We
don't
have
know.
an even bigger ship that we love and adore.
Yeah.
If you give me a potato, I'll turn it into a lemon and turn it into a combustible lemon.
Now you're gonna turn into a Scrapper's buddy called Scrumper or something.
I actually do want to attempt to tame a scraplet because they're adorable.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm not introducing Scraplets ever then.
Wow. They're adorable.
No, but the contest will be pretty much you got to share out as much as you can of the link for our stream here. And the more you do, and the more I see it, the more chances you get to be entered into this contest. And I will not randomly pick it. Something else will. So I'm just putting your names in.
So if I do this, can I give all my entries to Galaxy Star?
No.
Because already go look in general on my server. Link There, you've been linked to everybody on my server. There you go.
No, you cannot give it to somebody else, okay? Jesus.
Well, you refused to ship it to me, so I got to give it to somebody.
Well,
Got
I'll
you
think
there.
about it. I will think about it. But there will be a nice little prize. It will be one shiny dice. No, I'm kidding.
What a
It could be it could be a set of dice. It could be a bot. And this will go until, like I said, yeah. Galaxy Star needs more dice. She only has what, 2 sets now that you got?
Only 2 sets?
She won a couple sets, and she needs to play D&D now that she's got dice.
If she's going to be playing any type of tabletop RPG, she needs at least 20 sets, minimum.
Yeah, I was going to say, minimum? Wouldn't it be like 25,
minimum.
30? I mean, really, you need
No,
25,
20 cents
30.
minimum for the starter.
No.
When you become a dice goblin, the minimum comes about like 60 sets.
True. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got enough dice around me now.
I literally have a drawer next to me full of dice.
I know. I've got a huge D20 now that it's actually glow in the dark and it rolls really nice. And I wanted something a little bigger that my eyes could see now. So I'm blind. But yeah, so I'm slowly going. Okay, we're just gonna rig the contest so she wins all the dice I have, which is only really 2 sets.
I can make so many random Discord servers and just keep posting the link, bro, and keep showing it to you.
No, I'm not gonna do. What it is yeah, it'll be either a dice set or a bot, or even a bot I may have shown on stream. So yeah, everybody kind of knows which ones those are because I don't really like them that much. Somebody else might like them, but I don't.
You don't give away the trash.
Well, actually, the one here, well, not that one. I don't like that one either. I wouldn't give that to anybody. But Retracts here is actually pretty cool because he rolls up. But I still don't like their bot modes. So, I mean, if somebody really wanted to have that as a prize, I'd say sure. But I've got other ones brand new in the boxes, really shiny,
You know what I
smell
need to do
nice.
now, by the way, Matrix? I need to start saving up my points on your stream so I can use the loser glasses again.
Oh, screw you. Everyone, screw you! That's it. I'm changing that crap.
Bro, I got you. I got you.
Do you realize how hard it is for me to
know how
read
many
the
points
screen?
I got? Do you know how many
Off
points I
into the
got?
session.
That's it.
Probably
I'm
enough to
taking
do the
points
sound wave,
away.
like, several times.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna make me all blind. That's what you're all gonna do. I'm gonna be sitting here squinting.
I used it perfectly last time during your review.
Oh, you're under that? Oh, that's a boulder. It just crushed you. Oops. I don't know what happened there. Oh, did you just get hurt? Because I couldn't see that.
I can come back as goddamn robot GJ.
What's that? Space Ghost Dave subscribed at tier 1?
Wait, who? No. No. He did. Yes, Space Ghost Dave subscribed at tier 1. We're not talking about the other one that subscribed for 6 months.
But why not?
Well, you need to officially change your name to Potato Lord. That's what I'm gonna make you do it. How's that?
Yeah, but see,
Wait,
you know what this means though, right?
Yeah.
I get to harass you to make more emotes for Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah, I need more emotes, man. I mean,
Yeah, man, we
Okay,
need
give
some
me a break,
emotes, dude.
Okay,
Come on,
can somebody out there make emotes?
I'm giving you $5. You're my bitch. Let's go.
Who can crush who here? Oh no, there's meteorites coming.
And-
They're going to kill you all.
And what you have it?
Wait.
This minor income could finance you to pay for emotes.
Yeah. Hey,
Or other
you know what I
art.
said is me and Dave are currently paying your salary. Let's go. You work for us.
Salary? I don't get a salary. Whoa, whoa.
Not with that attitude.
Hey,
Exactly.
did you pay for the bots back behind me here that I'm giving out? No.
No, but we're giving you money to support your habits.
What habits?
Exactly.
I
What do
do
you
this
mean,
out
what
of my own money.
habits?
I don't have a habit. I am perfectly insane. I mean,
Well, to be
yeah.
fair, with the way Twitch is, we're giving him a total of what, 60 cents a month?
Not even that right now.
No, like
It payouts
well,
at 50. So
yeah, so like he gets
It
like
won't
250 per sub.
yeah, and then right now it's. I mean, I'd have to look at it, but
Well, he's got
I
2
don't pay
active subs,
attention
he's
to
getting
it.
$5.
Yeah, he's getting $5 a month from us.
Maybe I'll
Woo!
get to that 50 after. I'm thinking how long. The first time I ever saw it show up, I'm like, Actually, I think this was over a year ago too.
Fun fact, did you know that there's a bunch of Twitch streamers that didn't realize with Streamlabs you had to go actually claim your donations and shit?
Mine's
So when they
should be.
did, they had like $300,000 sitting there waiting to be claimed.
Ooh,
I mean, if they don't tell you that like up front and you don't really know how that works, I
not to
could
bring
see
it
that
up for, like,
happening,
What a hell of a way to save up!
right? I mean, still like
hey, where's Snuggles at?
that
We
puts
need
you in a whole new
Snuggles.
tax bracket here in the U.S. Like,
The Galaxy Star brought up something very important. Where's Snuggles at? I swear.
well, the bot edition should be showing up here at some point in the campaign, I'm assuming.
If I can convince him to do it, yeah. I don't think he will.
Oh no, no.
Oh, well,
He-
that'd be-
I mean, let's be honest.
I
He
could
won't
get-
do it. That's why,
No,
like,
but
it
I
has
really
to
I
be
wanted
gave
an
you
to.
the full
NPC.
idea for the goddamn Predacon and Maximal,
No.
man.
No, absolutely
He loathes
Oh, wait.
the fact that
there.
he said it once, and now he is glued to the title of Snuggles.
not. Yeah,
It,
it is.
it pains
Nah, bro, you gotta
it
embrace
pains the
meme,
poor
hence
man.
me, the almighty potato lord.
And so like,
Ugh,
I would
stupid
spare
commercial.
him that pain, and I would just assume you're making him an NPC.
I just make it an NPC. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Jesus. We're all over the place, aren't we today? I am. I know I am.
Well,
So-
I mean, it's been a month, right?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of stuff happening. I was hoping to start this like weeks ago, and that didn't.
Well, you know,
I almost didn't
things
make it
happen,
today.
and-
Let's put it that way, because today was rough enough. So for a Friday, it should be, yay, it's Friday. No,
Bro, I am on
This is the
4
most
hours
exciting.
of sleep in the last 24 hours. Let's fucking go.
yeah.
You had
Got
sleep?
sleep.
A power nap, I would
Yeah,
call,
it's
if
a
anything.
power nap.
It's a nap.
You got a nap?
You got a nap?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to the club,
In-
Galaxy.
in,
You're
like-
with us. We're all over the place too. So, yeah.
And yeah, in like the last 30 hours, I've had like 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, let me kill
more
the
than me.
music here. There we go. I'll leave that one alone and flip it to this so I
Imagine
can
getting
see
sleep or rest.
what's
Can't
sleep.
be me.
I barely
Bro.
sleep as is. So. Oh God, I gotta
Dude,
move my
after lunch
icons.
with
I
my
don't
brother,
consider
I'm
a
gonna
power
be
nap real
very
true
close
sleep.
To,
How do I move
being
that
awake
again?
long enough to being dangerously close to permanent brain damage, man.
There we go.
I have not slept at all in the last
Yeah.
couple days. Sleeping disorders are a
Okay,
bitch.
you're gonna see my icon dance across the screen. There.
Why does he get to be over there? Why can't I be over there?
You got the map? I can't be over there.
what icon? What name?
You may hide me, but you may never silence me.
Actually, well,
You say
You
that,
know,
and
that
then you get
actually-
server muted.
yeah.
That's
Server
beside the
muted.
point.
Actually, yeah. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
There. Actually,
The cool people are
balances
on
out the
this side of
screen.
the screen.
My icons are my icons messed up a bit, but that's the way it was sitting anyway. So, all right, let's get this going. Jesus Christ. Okay. Welcome back to Transformers. I actually have not really called it Unlimited Power, but it is Unlimited Power still because I'm just too lazy to come up with another title for season 2. Gentlemen, who wants to start introducing themselves so we can go over introductions real quick again? Who wants to start first? I heard Mercer wants to go. That is Overload.
Hello, everyone. This is Mercer, owner and wielder of the ex-Decepticon Overload. Mercer, a self-proclaimed mercenary who doesn't really see himself as a hero, and yet still gets attention.
Nice. Void Striker. Potato Lord, speak.
Out of water.
Okay, on to Gil. He is the
Leave that
potato
Stop
lord.
throwing a fit and fucking introduce yourself.
Do it. Do
Fuck.
it now.
Do it.
I am the mighty potato lord. That it's all you need to know.
I thought you were going to say Dr. Potato Lord.
Fine, fine. Supreme Emperor of all that exists under the mighty Adam, Potato Lord.
Oh my god. Enough
I started
said,
the
right?
cult. You can join it at any point in the chat.
I used Zone of Truth. Oh god, he's telling the truth.
I play Void Striker. I am the team's mad scientist and chaotic energy if need be.
Yes, yes, very chaotic. Very, very chaotic. Ugh, sorry, I'm turning off the
And
heat.
I tend to spend most of my time fiddling with things. Take that any way you like.
I will let the next person here to introduce himself and his character.
Oh, where to begin? Well, hello everyone. My name is Space Ghost Dave, and I play the character Gilgamesh. He is a thief rogue turned assassin through some dire circumstances of personal friends and his loved one dying due to terrible circumstances and leading him down a path into becoming an assassin.
Awesome.
I like how that intro is all serious, and I'm just vibing with chaotic energy.
Well, that's kind of your character though. Like, so it fits your role.
And I'm the poor sucker. I mean, DM. I mean, yes, I'm the DM who has to deal with all.
No, you're a sucker.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. I was suckered into this. I don't know why I did this. I have no idea, even after a year doing this, what I'm doing still. So it makes it easier. I am Matrix, or VR Matrix, as it says, and the master part on the Twitch thing is because everybody else takes my name. So, and I've been around for a while.
I thought it was just because you're delusional.
Shut up! I am. I'm not going to
Just
deny
doesn't
it.
like to admit it.
I am humble enough
So
to refrain from,
Matrix
boasting.
Matrix is a Tsundere confirmed.
I'm pretty sure his wife can confirm that.
Well, we all know in his relationship it's the wife that wears the pants.
Of course, I wear a kilt. Some days. I was told not to wear it to work.
Well, if you're gonna wear the true way, then yeah, you definitely don't want to wear that to school.
No. So yes, I don't want to do that.
The
But-
doors open and a gusty breeze just flies through.
No, my kilt's
But
a little
that's why
heavier than that, and it does not fly about so easily.
Oh no, you
Thankfully.
can wear it with pride, just like Groundskeeper Willie.
No. I actually will not wear it around the kids because I know what they're going to do. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's fair.
You know.
outside
They'll
of
see
work,
Valhalla.
yeah.
They see London, they see Friends, they see Matrix's Unshaved. Yeah, let's not continue that sentence. Don't want to get you banned on Twitch.
For any past videos and such, you can go to the YouTube channel I have set up for this. All the videos and stuff. There's playlists in here too.
Hey, look, he's more popular than I thought. He's got over 60 subscribers.
Oh my god, I have 60. This guy's awesome. Oh wait, no. But no, all the videos on there, even the box openings I do. And yeah, all our past episodes of our D&D sessions are on here too. So you can go there, check it out. There's links. They're all up in there, Croner, blah, blah, blah. And then we're back to here. Oh, yeah, let me flip this over to that. There. Ta-da! There's your map. And
Yeah.
why? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong screen. I'm trying to multitask. There we go. I'll expand it back a little bit. Oops. Because this is where, after a few months of time, our three reluctant, I don't know what to call you guys. Between them, I'm like,
Ragtag and misfits.
Unworthy
yeah,
heroes.
Some
Guys that
things.
just happen to be
I'm
in the
liking the
right place
unworthy
at the wrong
heroes
time.
because
Yeah.
one of us has been pushed into leadership.
Yeah.
I don't envy that guy, whoever that guy could be. It's
Yeah,
a
that poor
mystery.
sucker. He didn't see that coming, did he?
No. You should have read the fine print.
You didn't read the contract, did you? That's what happens when you don't read the fine print. It was all right there. Tiny print. See, and you can see them already playing with their icons on the map.
Gotta play with myself somehow.
I'm just setting up.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Are you able to actually use the map okay now?
Are you not
Mercer?
being stuck on walls or invisible doors?
I don't have, there's just the walls should be there.
Oh
and
no,
that's
no. You can still get stuck on walls.
it. Okay. That becomes an issue.
And yeah, because I know you mentioned we're like a few months ahead of where we were at the end of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how that is, I might not be in this position at this particular time.
Well, you can put your icons wherever they need to be. If they're not there, just kind of stick them in somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a room, like your
Remind
room.
me later, Matrix, or sometimes
I
after
could-
the session, we really need to talk about those arenas.
Yes, we do. And I wish I knew there was something. Like I said, I forgot. So,
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I want to help you with those arenas
How
as well.
yeah. Well, don't give it away, Galaxy. Come on. They need to know they're going to be ruled over things that are smaller than them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Supreme Emperor, the dude himself,
Dude.
Drift.
As you all come back to this moment, Gilgamesh, where are you currently at then? I want to find out.
Okay, so
Because
I
it
need to
has
be
been a
clear
couple
then.
months. Yeah, it has been a couple months.
Well, do you? I guess are we kind of recapping what's happened with us over the last couple of months? Because if so, you probably want me to go last because I've got a long list of stuff Gilgamesh has
Okay,
run.
that's perfectly fine.
Do I need
So
more?
yeah, like if
No.
anyone else has got like a recap they want to do, you probably want to do yours first.
Well, I can't do mine until we talk about the arenas in private, so...
Don't worry about it. Jeez, we're going to go through some other stuff here. My God, they're such big babies. Fine. You know what?
Obviously,
I'm
we're right
offering
here.
up to the rest of the group
I'm-
because I'm going to be talking a lot.
That's it. Overload, speak. What are you
What do you
doing?
want
What
from
do you
me?
want?
I'm a silent type.
What have you done in the last 2 months?
Trade.
Exactly.
That's it?
Do you
I mean-
expect more?
I'm a metalhead. What do you expect?
Here, I will paint you a picture right now. The past couple months, you guys have been at the Aurora base. Kiara and Varish have been manning the consoles, looking over data, getting information, getting calls coming in and out, literally like a call center, except for it's been from the council and other informants. I'm using that in quotes for Kiara mainly, who has come down to find certain information. There is currently a call coming in that is specifically for Gilgamesh, and she just sends it over to your console to let you know that Tog would like to visit with you for a moment about past events and about what he calls, in parentheses, the prophecy, and it almost seems like a joke kind of thing. Outside
Okay.
of that, so for that,
So
yeah.
I will say then I'm coming from Cybertron to here to meet her. about this.
Mm-hmm. All she has to do is open up the space bridge. Currently, that's
Yeah.
what's being sent to you from her, because Tog wants to meet with you. You can meet him wherever you would like. You can meet him on Cybertron at his guild if you want, because that's where a lot of the primary information is currently. Because he's already described that in the past ones, that they are more of the information guild. There are ones that are for scrap, other things. Energon is one of them. It goes through a whole lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, information is kind of what he's looking for right now. So if that's where he wants, if that's where it's best for them to meet, then that's where he's going to go.
Okay. So we'll switch over to Void Striker real quick. Other than the arena stuff, what would you have been doing in the past couple months during this time?
Analyzing the new TCOG and preparing to install it in myself.
Ooh. So you're sitting in what, the med bay then?
Yeah, the
Because
med
that's
bay.
where it would be. Because Felix will be looking over it with you and going, okay, what do I need to do? And he's going to be communicating with that. Over from that room, you are hearing some fighting going on. And it sounds pretty brutal because you're hearing shots being fired. You're hearing like blades connecting. You're hearing energy just zip zapping about. You don't really see it too much except for little flares of light near the bottom of the door.
Well, unless the wall's exploding, it's not my problem.
And in that other room, we have Overload, who's hanging out with Carbine, Aegis, and Drift. And they're training.
Woo! Yeah, do you want me to be a bit serious of what I've probably done in the past months?
If you'd like to, go right ahead.
Scam
Alright.
is here to be a cheerleader. Let's go.
Alright, so at least considering my background, at least. Of course, yes, I would probably be training for some of the months that had passed, but I'm still a mercenary first and foremost, so I'd probably be during the times that without training, it would be doing odd jobs that were requested that was given to us, as well as trying to get much information as I could within a mercenary's, connections.
Okay. Did you do any information kind of seeking out something or someone by chance?
I would have. I'm still not the brightest, so I'm not sure how well that would have gone.
Okay.
Um,
No.
I probably would have had some clues to stuff, but I would have to have a second hand on helping on that. Which I mean, I got two that are always at the terminal.
Yep. And you can ask them at any time what you're looking for specifically, and they'll start looking it up, especially Kiara, because Varish is kind of more maintaining everything. He does have certain information and has access to certain areas. But Kiara is really the bigger one of the two that would handle everything. But you are more than welcome to ask them at any time because they're both sitting there right now, still working on things, trying to sort things out. As currently, the guilds right now, they're together, but there are still some factions that will be kind of on the outskirts trying to still cause some problems. And that's just them asserting their territories.
Mm.
So you guys right now are all sitting, but right now there's a lot of fighting going on in that room with you, Overload.
Yeah, I do want to ask this in advance.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible for me to dual wield in a sense?
I don't see why not. What kind of weapons do you have that you dual wield with?
Energy sword instead of the Naginata that I constantly use, and shotgun pistol.
I have no problem with this.
Oh yeah, okay, so I don't have to bother switching and shit.
Yeah, and I won't. Even if you were to, I wouldn't count it as an action for you, because you guys are going to be able to do it really quick on the fly. Still, some things will require an action to do it. I'm not going to. It's like your transformation. I'm not going to have you guys do it as an action. That's why it's free
Okay.
movement.
Then yeah, then I'm sparring with, I would assume, Carbine and
You're
uh
fighting with the 3 mini cons. Well, actually, they're literally all fighting. You're all fighting each other, really. It's more of training for each of you in different ways because you're not really hurting each other. You're just fighting each other to brush up
well,
because
yeah, because it's I was gonna assume that I probably have like practice rounds instead of my actual bullets.
yeah, it would be like if you shot, it would hit them, but it just
Because
like counts as a counter going, you've been hit kind of thing.
I would assume like I forget his name, but the one that made skiers, I probably would have asked him if he could possibly replicate a round, but in a non-lethal fashion, like
Who did
I guess like
those?
kind of like a slug.
I'm trying
Well,
to
a
remember who.
sandbag equivalent of a slug.
I mean, if you want, you could say you're using the prototype round of the arenas.
I
Hmm.
could, yes.
I was just trying to remember who made the last one. It's been a while. I'm like, oh man, that's been a while. I think Steele did those
It might have been steel, yes.
because he was down in the ship bay. Yeah, I think it was
Yeah, it probably would have
Steele.
been a joint. It probably would have been a joint project of steel and
Yeah, because he's the
void,
heavy mover and also, um,
craftsman.
yeah, he pretty much fabricates stuff and that, like equipment parts.
Yeah,
But you
so
specifically asked for something, and he made specifically what you wanted.
yeah, since that I more or less know how the gun works, especially the rounds, I would be able to help him on how to assemble this specific round. And then with the joint effort of Void, it would be more sensible that they could make a non-lethal variant.
Okay. If you want to, you can set that up, and we'll see what we can get for you. So you have some rounds, Andy, which you would have some anyway right now, really, because you're playing around with these three. I don't have an icon for Drift, so I completely forgot to get his too. And I know what
Is
icon
it
it
just
is.
going to be Crush from Finding Nemo?
No, no.
Oh.
Although it would be funny, but no.
And I would assume I can add in
So while
some
he's
new
doing
rounds.
that, yeah, actually, no. You guys are fighting around in there. Aegis is literally blocking and just fighting. It's more of been training for learning their new abilities, at least for Aegis and Carbine.
Yeah,
And
I
she's
because I
flipping around doing stuff. She's using her new tentacle arms that she's getting used to.
because I would assume that I would also be trying to figure out new strategies for me and Aegis.
Mm-hmm. Because
Like
he's a little more up now too.
well, one that I kind of thought up uh was that he could act as a throwable in a sense, because when he's a shield, I'm guessing he can still morph and like pull out his wings.
He can. He literally, when his wings come down and around, they are literally just part of his shield form. So
Yeah,
it
so
it
what
would
I was
just wrap.
thinking was that considering my strength, it would be possible to launch him and in a sense in a sense of like a boomerang.
I'm not gonna lie, the first time
He's
you
really gonna
mentioned
turn
it,
this into a Captain America shield. I swear to God.
yeah, he's trying. First thing I thought of when he said using him as a throwable
Oh
was
god!
fucking throwing him and letting him bursting with his phoenix fire like a fucking Molotov
Yeah,
cocktail.
that's what
Yeah,
I was
like
thinking.
that was my first thought too.
Well, yeah, I mean that's I was only saying that as one option
He
because we
would.
would have been coming up with multiple strategies.
I mean, you could throw him, but he
Well, yeah,
would.
because like he could throw him, and then like he transforms, and then like he goes in for like an attack in like his bird form or whatever.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
because like we can
he could do
because if
that.
anything, if it's
Oh
a
my
situation
god!
that he can't return, then he could do like an energon blast, in which he would send out his solar energy.
Yeah, you could do that.
So Molotov cocktail.
Yes, in a sense, a Molotov cocktail. just
Okay.
a repeatable one.
I like it. Oh my god, it sounds so freaking cool. He's Captain America now.
It's not, yeah, not only does he have a shield, now he has an active solar grenade.
I'm turning into a Titan all over again.
He's literally turning into a damn Titan.
Yeah. Oh my god. So what will happen is the only way he would like return is if he did transform from into the bird form and be able to fly back. If you threw him straight as a shield like Captain America, he would hit, but he would have to literally transform.
Yeah, he would have to
Then
use
move
his
back.
own action to move
He's
back.
not bouncing back at
Yeah.
you.
No.
Yeah, he has to actually use an action to move back. So it's more of
Well-
a situation of if the enemy becomes prone because of the throw, then he's able to retreat back.
Yes.
If the enemy doesn't get prone or stunned, then he would have to stay because then opportunity attacks.
And what we could actually do is throw a roll on that for him to be able to retreat after you've done that. Just
I mean, because he could take the disengaged action.
yeah, that would actually work too. Yeah. So it just depends on the situations, but most of it that would be because now you're Captain America, or a Titan. I'm going with Titan now.
I'm saying Titan.
Yeah, because his solar
He's-
grenade is gonna turn the tide of some
So
fight.
we
Now
just
we're
need to get him
swapping.
a hammer.
No,
No, like he's got an axe.
Well, technically, it's Aegis's axe.
yeah, he just has his axe. He has his
There
battle
is an
axe.
axe in play between the
Remember,
two of them.
Aegis is
Yeah.
very picky about that axe.
Yeah, he's like, that's
but,
my axe.
but again, there's an axe between the two of them. At least one of them will use it. It's
One of them has
okay.
tried to steal it before.
It's okay, I think.
I mean, I would
Oh,
assume that
God.
we've gotten used to each other, so that
Yeah.
way we can
Yeah, you
borrow
guys
each
have had a
other's
few
weapons.
months to bond,
Yeah.
so
yeah,
you
but
guys should
right-
have a better relationship.
So we'd be,
I would
Yeah,
we'd be
think.
you
fine
will-
on
you're
borrowing
more-
each other's weapons if the situation arises.
Yeah, he will let like literally toss it up to you, like Thor's hammer, and just like literally it'll come to your hand because he's allowing it. He's like, nope, go ahead. He needs you. But it is still a part of him. It's just him, but it's his battle axe. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so you could do that. So I'm going to describe in this room what's
Sick.
happening though while you're doing your little thing. Right now, you all four of you are training. You're seeing these little boomerang fins zip around, and they're bouncing off the walls. They're hitting each of you sometimes. You see Drift over there, dude, this is awesome! And he's just flipping out and just moving about. You see Aegis sitting there, literally taking his wings and blocking shots like they're nothing. And he just pulls out the battle axe and he's like, oh no, we ain't doing this. And he just flings the battle axe like it's nothing toward Drift. And you see Drift kind of do this somersaulty little thing, and he's literally over it. And in slow motion, you could just see on his face him just smiling away and just going, dude. As Carbine, they keep losing track of her because there are dark spots in the room she keeps zipping in and out of really quickly. So all you seem to see is a black blur at times and these arcing little streaks of dark, like energon purple, flipping through the dark shadow spots. And Aegis is standing there for a moment, and he's just recalling his axe back to him. When he stumbles forward, it's like, did you just hit me? And all you hear is this little giggle from her, and just kind of, and she is moving fast, and she's in her clerical form doing this. And you can see on occasion, even Overload, you get nailed a couple times, like on the back of the head, like she's just taunting you. She like slaps you up the side of the back of the head with the tentacle. Drift is trying to track her too, and you all three of you are just like, okay, now she's annoying us. As you guys do, she starts to move around. The room shifts around a bit. This is part of the programming. Some rods come out to block certain areas. Some wall partitions pop up. You suddenly see her come out of into bot form, into the light, and she whips out the two tentacle arms like they're whips and wraps onto one of the rods and shoots right toward you, Overload. slamming into your chest, pushing you back a few feet, and she flips back, lands, and she's like Iron Man. What is it? Superhero landing, and she's
Yep,
sitting
that's
there, and she's sitting there with the whips, kind of snaking them back and forth across the floor, looking around, and she's waiting for Drift and Aegis to make a move, and she's just sitting there, and she's become very proficient in her maneuvers in that because she's been learning from somebody else.
I've taught her so well.
Aegis goes to make a move. He just takes a step. He whips one of her tentacle whips around, grabs his leg, flips him up onto his back. Drift's like, I'm out, dudes. It's like you see him step back, like,
And now soldiers don't retreat.
Dude, do you know who I am? Nuh-uh. And before he can say anything, he's like pointing to you, like, no, dude. And his arm gets wrapped by a tentacle, and he gets launched across the room and hits the wall. And you can see the impression of his shell as he falls off of it, comically. As you're all standing there, and Carbine's like just grinning, whipping around her tentacle whips, and she's just grinning away. Aegis is looking up like, really?
Hmm.
Drift is over there. Dude,
You guys know
that's
that like
not
idol
nice.
dance people do with glow sticks? Imagine that's what Scamper's doing. Like Scamper's doing over in the corner.
Oh no. As they are all standing there, one of the little doors opens up. Scamper's not there. Scamper's coming through the door, and somebody's riding on top of him with a little saddle, and you just hear some beeping, and you see the little one like, yeehaw! That's all you can get imagining out of. And she's sitting there. And she stops, and Scamper looks around. And they're both looking up at you, Overload, and then looking at the other three. And she leans down to Scamper. You hear light beeping. They shoot out of the room through the other door. And then they poke their heads back around the corner. And you swear the little one stuck her tongue out at you all. And then they took off.
Now then, do you think you're that proficient with your whips now?
Well, I have been training.
Send one my way then.
As she's
like taunting a bit.
She's sitting there like, too obvious. She starts to run around, tries to flank you. She whips out the two tentacle whips at the same time, but she retracts one real fast as the other one tries to snap or wrap around one of your arms.
Missy step behind.
As she does, she's snapping back the whip to grab one of the rods behind you. She pulls back and she lands back up against you, but on your shoulder. And it's like, that was fun. So she's sitting there next to your head, just like she's sitting. She's just like, She's just kind of like, yeah, this is fun. And Aegis and Drift are just slowly getting up, and it's like, Aegis, you just see him looks really pissed at her. Really, Zia? That's not funny. And she suddenly changes her demeanor. Don't call me that. And she hops down off of you. She lands, and I'm done for the day. And the tentacle whips, she just kind of whips them back, and they kind of blend into her body. You can't really tell where they're exactly at, but they're similar to Gilgamesh's, but she doesn't have wheels. They're just kind of part of her shoulders and arms. And she walks out of the room quietly.
Y'all definitely getting better at your combat styles, that's for sure.
Aegis gets up. Yeah, some of us better than others, though. And you see him working out one of his arms. Drift is just laying there on the back of his shell, kind of like he's chilling, and he's just rocking in it. Yeah, dude, that was pretty cool. I'm not as good as you guys, but I'm not really much of a fighter.
You still have some pretty good range attacks, albeit.
Well, some moments I don't. And you see him rock real hard, and he stands up. and he stands there, and he's kind of across a bit now, and he walks across. I don't know. Aegis is a little rusty though, and he you see Aegis get pissed again, and he goes, "Oh really?" And he takes his axe and he flings it real fast at Drift, and he's like, "Oh no, you don't!" And all of a sudden, you see his shell come off his back and flip over, and you see it on his arm, and it hits his shell and deflects off and sticks into the wall, and he peeks around. Don't think so, dude. Not cool. And he flips it back over to his back. Didn't even scratch me. Dude. Gotta try harder. You can see Aegis starts getting a little brighter, like he's getting pissed off. That's all he's doing. He's just getting mad.
You're also getting a lot more proficient at defending as well.
Oh,
And even though you're not a frontliner, it's still pretty good to have your own defense style.
I think I've always had it. Ting, ting, and he pats his shell on the back. He goes, but I think I'm going to go chill out with Carbine. Or, you know, she doesn't like you calling her that name, by the way, Aegis. And he's just like, really? The look on his face toward Drift. He transforms, Drift does, and you see him kind of go into a sea turtle form. And he's like, I think I'm going to go this way. And he floats through where the minicon room is and out the door into that room. And he crosses over. So now it's just you and Aegis sitting in the room. And you still see him kind of pissed.
All's fair in war. You should know that.
Yeah, and you see him put his hand out, and he literally recalls his battle axe. It rips out of the wall, and he puts it back, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm gotta get used to this form."
At least you're getting used to your flames out now.
Yeah, this is interesting. I am bigger, and I feel a lot different. And you see him checking himself out some more. He goes, I'm just not used to it still, though. Some of the parts of me just don't feel natural.
I think I feel after my morphs.
And you see him stretching, and he's doing. Now he's a little taller now, so these guys are 10 feet tall now instead of 6 feet. And he kind of looks up, by the way, and he kind of thumps you on the leg. He's more hitting your thigh now at this point. He reaches up. And he's like, "Hey, did you find anything out about your one friend?"
It's a bit difficult on trying to get intel on Autobots' locations. Even with my connections, it's a bit difficult.
Well, if you haven't asked them, ask them again. They might have something by now. But I think I need to go get something to eat. I need some energy. I'm feeling like I need it. And you see him kind of like he's acting like he's older, and you see him stretch back. Literally, they are older, so. And he goes, yeah. I'll catch you later. And he thumps your leg.
I'll go ahead and check on our techies to see how well they're doing.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. And he walks off to get food. It's pretty quiet now in that room. You see some auto repairing going on now. Dog's barking, sorry. And the room starts to kind of reshift back to what you guys originally saw when you first arrived.
All right. Let's see if they got anything for me. As I guess I'm going to head on over into the tech room.
Okay. Yep, and they're sitting there.
You mean the command room?
Yeah.
I call it tech room because it is tech room.
The tech room. Look where Scamp is going.
That is techier room. Thank you.
It's the labs.
The main command, the sub command, and many tech rooms. But this is not it.
This is tech room. That is techier room, and then there's the techiest.
Then what do you
These
call
are
the
not what they're
laboratories?
called anymore, by the way.
Techer.
Okay. All right. Overload, you walk into the room. Kiara is over at the console right to your left there. Varish is at the other command console monitoring comms, sensor readings. He's doing a few other research projects that he's been tasked to do. But Kiara kind of looks over. Overload, what can I do for you?
Just got done with our training.
She
I
kind
might
of
as well.
she leans around. She looks through the door. Yeah, we heard. Just kind of like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're all getting a lot better. So it's bound to get louder.
Yes, as long as you don't come through the door, we're fine.
I don't know. You gotta tell Kiara to stop pushing me so much, or else I might accidentally bust down a door.
Well, that's a problem that you're gonna have to watch out for then. She's just sitting there looking at you like, ah. So what can I do for you, Overload? You're in here for something. Most don't come in here unless they need something.
I'm more or less checking on any new information that possibly has been gathered.
On specifically what, Overload? Is there something specific you need us to look for?
Well, yes, my past companion. That would definitely be a good start.
And you see her kind of, she's not touching the console really. She's just tapping her fingers. Yes, your friend Rex. I have found some information for you. You might not like it though.
If it's better than those crummy jobs I've taken, better than nothing.
Well, you said he was taken by Autobots at the time, and there is no record of them having him. They usually kept records, but not a lot. But this specific incident was not recorded. Are you sure it was Autobots that took him?
Considering it was Felix that informed him in the past, that's what I assumed.
Well, that's the thing. Felix said that they were Autobots, but he doesn't know who the one specifically took him. He just said they were Autobots. He didn't know their names.
So what? Bots under the disguise of Autobots?
It's been done before. But we did, and she kind of leans, kind of looking sideways at Varish, and Varish kind of, he doesn't really turn to look at you or her, but he kind of turns his head like he's kind of trying to side eye you a little bit. We did find some information that he was on Cybertron, but not anymore. He was taken off planet. It
How
doesn't.
recent?
Not long after he was supposedly taken, at least the description of him fits close to what you described. It shows he was just taken off planet. It says to an unknown location, but it doesn't specify. Like, it does specify because the data is corrupted, but we did piece some of it together as like pirates, or at least something similar to a pirate. We're not sure if that term pirate fits.
So either other mercenaries doing their job, or factionless.
Well, and she's sitting there. She reaches down. She touches a few keys. She pulls up the console screens, and she pulls up. It's not just that. He may have been, from what we put together, and Varish jumps in. He may have been experimented on. He doesn't look away from his console. He just says it, and he's very stern. Like he doesn't want to really talk about this. He kind of sits there, and Kiara kind of like, yes, he may have been experimented on, and the pirate or whatever, whoever took him may have intercepted him. And you see the console screens change to some more information showing, yes, we obtain, and Varish stops, kind of interjects, but stops her by putting his hand on his shoulder. And he tips his head down. We had information on your friend for a little while. I didn't realize that was him because he was not identified as his designation that you call him. He wasn't what you described when I saw him briefly in the video. And she plays a video. It's very hard to see it, but something looks like it was done to his head and one of his arms. And it's really hard to tell in the picture, but she sits there and she's not saying anything, but Varish is not looking at you still. If I had known sooner, I would have told you. And he gets up from the chair and he literally swivels the seat around. He stands up. He's still not looking at you. And I'm sorry. I didn't know it was him. Otherwise, I would have pushed harder to maybe try and keep him here.
No worries. There isn't exactly much you can do. Even if you were to try and get him, get in contact with him, now he would go willfully. He's been stubborn like that. Even when I was his captain, he didn't like taking orders.
Yes. As you can see in the short video, he went wild, I guess is the term they used. And you can see in the short video, he's literally thrashing everything in this like containment area and the few bots that are left that were alive. Varish kind of still hasn't made eye contact with you. He's just kind of like, his optics are still pointing down, and I will try and get you more information. But there is a location, and this is the first time he looks up at you with his optics. It's possibly he is on another location. It's just a hunch, but he may be in a hidden location that I don't have coordinates for. There is one who might have those coordinates, but he's not on Cybertron.
Give me the details and I'll see if I can get in contact.
I will send you everything I can. I will make amends somehow. And he turns around, sits back down, and you get in your console. You can see it in your heads-up display through your optics, information coming through. While you're standing there, the little hatch opens through the back room, and in here comes Scamper with the little one on it, riding in, and she's just sitting there, just riding along, sipping on what almost looks like a little juice box of Energon. And Kiara is like, "Oh, there you are." And she kind of reaches down, scoops up the little one up off top of Scamper, and Scamper's like, "Yes, I'm free!" and runs off out the door real fast. So,
all this information should be able to get me somewhere.
with that,
I'll be sure to inform the others.
With that, we're going to switch over to Gilgamesh and see what he's up to. He's hanging out. Literally, he's got a tentacled out and he's hanging from the ceiling. No, I don't know where he's at.
No. I like everything's wrapped up. He's going for business.
So where's Gilgamesh hiding at?
Well, I'm going to the dude to meet him about the information.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm going to do this. I'm going to transport you there. You're walking into the guild where Tog is at. He comes up and eagerly greets you and bows to you a little bit. Gilgamesh, it is good to see you. I wanted to go over this. And he kind of does his, like he's doing the quotes, prophecy with you. And he kind of like smirks at it, like, eh.
Gilgamesh will nod to him. I hope you found some more information than our last discussion.
Yes, I have a great amount. And he kind of gestures like politely, follow me kind of gesture.
He follows.
You both are walking down this. It's beautiful hallway. It's gold looking trims. It's kind of reddish here and there, but it's got some blue hues that flow in and out of certain things. And you see almost what looks like pulsing energy, but it's really just information transfers that are going back and forth all over the place. Gilgamesh, excuse me, not I, but we of the consortium here have figured out that she was probably lying about most of it or all of it. And the doors open to this one room, and you both walk in. You see some bots standing around. They kind of both gesture to both of you, bowing lightly, and then they return to their work. And he goes, it's over this way, and he gestures through another door. As the door opens, there's this large room with what looks like a holographic display of a library almost, but it's literal information just right there in display. And he goes, yes, these are the bots who were working on pulling that information up. The bots kind of look up. They don't even get up. They just kind of nod their heads, and then they go back to it. And he walks to a console right nearby, and he goes, here, we'll pull this up. Can we pull up the... And he does the same thing. He does that prophecy, and he kind of says it a little funny this time. And they pull it up, and they're playing almost like a record of it. And he goes, it refers to a time of the one. But it isn't now. It was when our universe was, in a sense, created. Here, now. But there was a prophecy of one that would still be around. I do not know where she got the information from, but we pieced together all of this, and it doesn't coincide with anything she said. None of it.
There is some truth in every lie. I just find it interesting that she mentions this, or at least her... Was it her clone who mentioned it? I'm forgetting.
Yes,
Game
it would be her, but it was her clone, yes.
I just find it interesting that her clone mentioned it just before she died.
Yes. And before he can finish saying anything, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and it's Widow. And she goes, my sister would have lied. And it didn't make sense. That's why I didn't know of any of this. We looked into...
I still felt it worth investigating. Like I said, there's always some truth in every lie. And maybe there's some hidden truth in some prophecy. Maybe it wasn't about me, but perhaps about what she was digging for at the core.
Tog looks over at Widow, and he nods to her and kind of bows just as deeply, and he stands back up. Good you could make it, Widow. You see she's wearing some different outfit. It's more of a honorary, in a sense, status for her, showing that she is the one who's leading right now, and she's taking control of things for right now. Tog kind of looks at her and looks at you, and he kind of gestures back to the screen. He goes, she accessed certain information, but she did not have all of your information that he was talking about. Widow chimes in. She lied. That's all she did. She does that to get what she wants. She's always lied about everything. That's why I ended up getting in trouble for a lot of what she did. Todd kind of just like, okay. Like, I'm not going to get on that. But for your information, past incidents, your friends and Widow chimes in with a bite, almost like she lied about killing them. She did it to aggravate you, aggravate all of us. And you could see her kind of digging into the console, and Tug's like gesturing, like, please don't do that. And he's like trying, like, please don't damage our console.
His eyes are fiercely looking at this person who's talking.
Yeah, and Tog's like, yes, there's a lot of information she seems to be manipulating to control a lot of people, even other species, it seems. But since her clone has been defeated, let's just say that she is not really in control anymore. But we don't know where her location is either.
Yes, everything we've heard, she's scattered to the winds along with Soundwave. But we both know they haven't just disappeared.
And Widow kind of pipes up, might not be totally true, little Gilgamesh. She notice she's correcting herself every time she has to try and say your name without calling you little one, because she's always sees you as little one. She puts her hand on your shoulder. There may be some clues, but they're not absolute. There's been rumors of someone hitting facilities further out, much closer to, well, it seems like it's a planet you've been to before, because before she says anything else, she taps something on the console. The screen comes up of your race on Velocitron. And she goes, you've been here before. So is she. And it seems like she hasn't left. She's somewhere nearby, or at least she's been accessing facilities for certain things. You know of the underground ones.
Well, I did have prior business on Velocitron I planned on attending to, but this will just add to my list.
I can possibly put you in touch with somebody on Velocitron, but he might not want to give you the information willingly. He's not unfavorable, it's just he's willing to reach for the top of anything. If you pay him enough, he might give you what you want.
Well, I guess I can brush up on my negotiation skills a little bit.
You're going to need him with him. Tog kind of, I'm still here, kind of wave. With all the information we do have, Gilgamesh, I'm sorry that your friends died that time long ago, but yes, Widow is right. She fabricated all the lies. Your friends didn't die from her.
Oh, then that'll just remain one of my great mysteries then. In the meantime, what do we know about what she was digging for at the core?
We think that was a ploy or a distraction from something greater. We're not sure because not many of us can get down that far without not returning.
He crosses his arms respectfully. Why do you think such a massive dig is such a distraction?
Well, it seems like she was using the clone or her to distract everything here when she's off planet elsewhere, but she found something here, but we don't know what it was. Or she may not have found something here. We don't know. That's the problem. We are not sure. And the other bots are like looking up like they're offended what Tog said.
Again, respectfully, you do not commit such massive resources to digging to the planet's core for nothing.
That's
A
what they thought.
distraction, maybe, but there's something deeper in there. She was in there for something. Now, we may not know what it was or why, but someone in her organization did. She can't be the only one who knows, or at least had an idea of what was going on down there, because someone with a brain could at least put two and two together.
True.
She can't be the only one who knew what was going on down there, so all we have to know is who knows what she knows.
That would be great if we could find somebody. So far, most of her associates have disappeared. Widow kind of
The ones
pops
we
in.
have in custody, I guess that's my question to you, is because in the few weeks following,
Mhm.
he would have rounded up people who were loyal to her and would have interrogated them.
Mm-hmm.
What would he have learned from them?
Not as much as you'd think. During that time, you would have, like the guilds would have rounded up all her people. Most of them didn't know what was going on. They only knew of what orders were given because the chiefs or the generals, in a sense, they weren't really generals. They're just other subordinates that you go do this, you go do this, you go do this. But what is it for? Most of the ones you did find some information, but it wasn't enough because most of the ones who went down on those tunnels did not come back. And they're the ones who were standing up at the top of the tunnels listening to the screams. That's all you really have from them. It really wasn't a lot from them.
Unfortunately, the ones we did round up couldn't provide much information either. Nothing but subordinates. The surviving lieutenants have scattered to the winds as well. I've been trying to track them down for some time, but like all of them now, they've just disappeared. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources right now to commit to sending out spy teams to investigate them.
You notice Tog look over at Widow kind of oddly, and Widow looks back at Tog, and then she looks over at you. Not all the lieutenants got away. We kept one. We found him. He won't give us his name, but he does talk a little if you want to give him a try. And she grins really big. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but we were trying to find some other information out about where she's at, which still has not come up out of his mouth because he doesn't know.
You have him in a cell here?
Yes. Tog goes, do I need to show you? And Widow's like, kind of waves her hand. No, I'll take him. Gilgamesh, if you need anything, let me know. Just message. I will look for you. May peace
He
be
nods
with
and
you.
he walks out.
And he bows to you lightly. He goes, may peace be with you. And he goes back to doing his thing with the console. Widow escorts you out, and she's walking down the hall, but it's, again, you're walking back down the left side. You go out and you're going down a whole other hallway. It kind of changes perspective. It's not so great looking.
So this will be kind of be like a walk and talk thing that
Mhm.
because I'm gonna have a conversation with her. Like,
Yes.
I
And
can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm surprised by the deception, given her past nature and all.
Ava has her ways. We kept this one alive. The rest either fled or outright eliminated themselves, which was unusual.
Finding my personal history is extremely difficult to do, but yet she was somehow able to pull up a fact before I came to this guild.
She stops for a moment and she looks at you. I don't know how she got it, and I'm wondering if she pulled from my files. I kept those locked up and hidden, not even connected to any database. You already know everything that I have, but I'm wondering how she got it. It's not even in their database here. And she points kind of like downward, like here. I don't know.
It's safe to say she's been at this ploy for a very long time, gathering information. She seems to be 20 steps ahead of even us.
Yes, she's always been a pain about it. Even I'm 20 steps ahead, but not in the way she's thinking. And she keeps walking ahead, and you see her kind of change her mannerism a little bit, like she's more relaxed now, like, oh God, I don't have to be so uptight right now. And she kind of looks over at you as walking. Gilgamesh, you've done a lot of good, even though you might not think you will or have. And right now, everybody's looking to me to handle everything, which I am happy to do. I kind of like taking it easy a little bit. And she kind of looks forward for a moment. And she goes, I can't believe I just said that. And you guys both come to a door, but you're going to do good things. And she kind of puts her hand up and the doors open. Now, you're looking at like an elevator, but the doors do not look very lavish. The hallways become darker and not really lit. So both your night visions were working to help you see. She steps into the elevator. It's kind of lit in there. It's not bright though, and she presses a button, and it's only one button, and you suddenly feel yourself kind of be a little lighter because you're going down so fast. She turns to you and she goes, this lieutenant is what we have all been calling him because we don't have a name for him. He keeps spouting that into the darkness, into the darkness. That's only where you can find her. And that's all we get. And she just kind of turns, just shaking her head. It's pointless sometimes.
He kind of folds his arms, and medical scans of him are inconclusive.
Medical scans shows he's few short circuits of a whole board here. I don't know what we see in him. I don't know, Gilgamesh. I'm good at this, and I've taught you. I don't even know what I see at times with this one. And you feel the elevator come down, and you feel it slow down, and you just hear this. And it's
starting to feel like we're just being pushed into wild goose chases while the real objective is happening underneath our nose.
Yes, I agree. Even the rest of the guilds have come together to discuss this in the council. They are much concerned that she's going to return and try and do something.
Of that, I have no doubt, which is why I've been trying to push the others to agree to more peaceful terms, even those who are wanting their sovereignty, I think they should have it. But I simply ask that we engage in a trade agreement in which we can mutually benefit.
It will happen. She puts her hand on your shoulder. It will happen. It's just going to take some time. And the doors open. You just hear that. They sound way differently because the other set of doors are way thicker and they open a little bit slower. And the corridor ahead of you lights up. Doesn't go very far, but it's far enough that you know you're in some kind of underground facility area. Widow
So
kind of.
he's just going to continue the conversation. I have no delusions that she's going to come back and attempt to do something. And no doubt Shockwave will be right there with her. This is partially why I think trying to gain ourselves more allies quickly is more to our benefit than it is to our detriment.
She stops for a moment. She looks at you. Speaking of Shockwave, is she really working with him, do you think? Or is he just using her for his experiments?
Could be one or the other. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure, considering most of my encounters with her up till now might have just been with her clone.
Agreed. Let's continue. The door's just up here to the cell area.
It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that he might have been experimenting on her and sent this clone.
But from what she said, she paid him for it. So she must be working with him, but she's paying him, which is unusual for Shockwave to take any kind of money when it's usually items. So she must have given him something he wanted or needed. And you see her wave her hand again. This
That might
time
have been-
takes a second.
And he kind of taps on his leg in the compartment. That might have been the map that we have in our possession. They tried to work out a transaction between the two of them. This might have been the artifact that she was offering up to him. But we have the real one, and we did slip him a fake. No doubt he's already figured that out by now, which is why the bounty is still on our heads. And has it grown at all since?
Nope, it's still the same. So it hasn't
The
changed.
bounty's still out on our heads about it.
I'm still at 1 million. Damn.
Overloads has grown to 200,000 Shaniks now.
Aww.
His decreased. No, but
My mercenary pride.
she looks over at you with an eyebrow raised and a grin on your face. Have you figured out how that thing fully works? You don't have to show me. I'd rather not know. The less I know, the better sometimes. You know that. And the door finally opens and the lights change to a red. And she goes, he's in here. And she steps in, the lights come on. They're much brighter, but the room area you're standing in is red. And it's like you're standing on a one-way glass wall kind of thing. He can't see you, but you can see him. And he is literally strapped down to a table. He can't move. And he's just sitting there. She's coming. She's going to get you. She's going to. And it seems like he's off his rocker. He's just spouting things. And he's like, oh, what is that thing? Ooh, flying, flying, flying. And he's just literally just talking to himself.
He just kind of sighs and just turns to Widow. Do we really expect to get anything out of this? What's left of him?
And she kind of points, we didn't even do that to him. And she just kind of like...
So he's a victim of her experiments.
If you look at his memory circuits, and she kind of waves a hand and hollow screens come up, and you see like x-rays and diagrams of his circuitry. Looks like a Frankenstein of a mess. And she goes, none of our people here could figure out how he functions in any way. And it's disturbing.
Well, I guess I can try talking to him, but I honestly don't know what I'm going to expect. Frankly, my expectations are pretty low at this point. And he just turns and starts to walk towards the door.
She looks over at you. Just don't let him get to you. Sometimes he can irritate people. And she kind of like, good luck. And she presses a button, the door opens.
He just kind of turns back and says, I'll squeeze, but not too hard.
At this point, I don't think it would matter. And she just like, like, we've got what we can out of him. There's nothing there left that they know of. Good luck. It's just gonna, she goes, I'm gonna lock the door. So she locks the door back up after you enter. And he goes, oh, and he kind of, he tries to turn his head a little bit, but he's kind of braced in there, and you can hear some scraping from the metal, and he's like, oh, a new visitor. Hello. Hi.
He's just going to stare at him. Like, how deeply is he restrained?
He's pretty restrained. He can't move too much.
Could I maybe loosen up a little bit so he can kind of turn to look at me?
Yes, you can.
So, without saying a word to him, I'm gonna kind of loosen like the straps around his head just a little bit so he's got a little bit of a neck movement.
And he's like, oh, and you see his head move. Oh, my servos have been so stiff. They are so impolite here.
Is there a chair in this room?
Yes, there are seats around in the room. There's at least two that you
I'm
can see.
going to grab a chair and I'm going to pull it up right in front of him and I'm going to sit down in front of it.
He looks down at you. Oh, are you here to have a chat with me? The other ones were so rude and mean. I wouldn't mind getting into him. You see his hands articulating and moving a little bit, like he's trying to cut with his fingers or something. And he's like, they were so rude to me. Are you
What is
going
your
to
name?
Oh, direct, are we? I don't have a name. And he's playfully
Then what do I
with
call you?
And call me what you like. I'm not talking. And he turns his head back at you and sticks his tongue out.
He's going to slowly get up from the chair and he's going to move in closer to him. Look closely at my face. You know who I am?
Who
Do you
are
recognize me?
Oh, wait. Are you Steve? Of course I know who you are. Gilgamesh. You see his optics kind of flicker and flash.
Good. Then the pleasantries are out of the way.
Oh, pleasantries. We're just beginning.
How big is this room?
You'd say it's about 10 feet wide, and it goes back about at least 8 feet.
Wonderful. I'm casting darkness in the room.
And you see him. Oh.
And no. I'm even gonna spice this up even more. I'm using a sorcery point so he cannot see in the darkness, even with dark vision.
Okay, this is new.
I'm going to be very frank with you. I have no patience for your bullshit.
I had patience once too.
He's gonna start feeling tentacles wrap around his neck.
Okay. Look.
No one can see what's happening in here. You are alone, and no one will save you.
And you know, at this point, Widow's sitting on the other side. She hasn't unlocked the door. She hasn't come in.
She can't see.
Nope, and she's not going to. She's not going to come in anyway.
Nope. No
And
one
she's-
can see in the room. No one can see what I'm doing in
Yeah.
here.
And you know she's got to be grinning
Potato
on the
God
other.
sees all.
Yeah, but you know, Widow is sitting on the other side. You know she could come in and stop this, but she's not.
Yep.
You know she's probably grinning right now because she's sitting there going, "Let him work," because it's only you two down there with him. So, and
Let the man cook.
you hear him. They usually call me Lieutenant because that's all I let them call me. But this kind of hurts. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna squeeze a little tighter.
And you hear him choking up
I
a bit.
Don't think you're in a position to be mouthing off.
Mouthing off? I've done that once. Mine came off one time and I had to bolt it back up.
He's gonna smack him in the face with the spike side of his padded side of the tentacle.
You hear him scream out in pain and, you filthy thing.
Smack him again.
And you can see pieces of flecks of metal come off.
If you do not cooperate, I'm going to chisel pieces of your face little by little until I get to your core.
Look, let's make a deal. I will.
There's no deal. You are in no position to bargain. You are alive for one reason, and that is to give me information.
So I have no reason to talk then.
If not, if you value your life.
What life? You all have seen what I'm made of.
And they're gonna see what's left of you if you don't cooperate.
Only if I can get some kind of deal. Maybe a little movement. And he's straining against your tentacles to try and move and talk.
He'll release him. He still can't see anything, but he's gonna feel them slowly release from his neck.
That's much better. And you can see him looking around like, nice trick. So, what do you want from me?
What do I want?
Specifically.
What was she digging for down in the core?
Really? She said something about, and you can see him kind of arch his head forward, like looking for you, like he's trying to whisper, an artifact. Something. And he kind of tips his head. Why am I whispering? Doesn't matter. Yeah. An artifact. Some kind of piece of something. Rumor of at least something armor-like. That's all she said. That's all I heard. I wasn't supposed to. Her little servant died fast, though, that I took care of to find that out. Yes. But my freedom a little bit? Can I have that?
This artifact. What else do you know about it?
Just that. It's what she was looking for. She's been looking for artifacts, specifically powerful ones.
And what did she find in the core?
We're not sure. She came out, went down. There was a lot of sounds. She came out injured. That's how I knew she wasn't who she was. Because the next moment we were flying back, and when she came out, she had no injury. Not even an inkling of it. Does this earn me some freedom now? You can see him looking around eagerly.
This earns you time.
Time as in movement? My servos and joints are not exactly in the greatest state of being like this for so long. Mm,
Tell me, what do you remember before your time with Ava? What do you remember of your history?
um, 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 I, back beginning, and you see him start to twitch and spark here and there, and it's like he's trying to force a memory to come back, but he's having a lot of trouble with it.
Well,
Oh no, Pete. No, can I have my freedom now?
well, Lieutenant, you're going to be staying with us for a while until your servos and mechanisms are repaired.
Oh, and then can I go play? And he's looking around like evilly, kind of like he's not going to be doing something good.
He's gonna feel the spike side, the padded sides of the tentacles, like not like slam into the side of his head, but they're touching. You think I'm letting you go so you can go play and cause mayhem? No. You will be rehabilitated. And if you continue to cause this kind of mayhem and destruction, you will be repurposed.
But it's so much. But wait, what's rebubulated with it?
He's gonna start pressing the spikes a little closer.
You can see
If
his
you do not
hands.
cooperate, I will come back
Okay,
and I will
fine.
make you disappear.
Fine, I will do it.
He pulls the spikes away.
You see him shake his head. So rude. No wonder
He's
she
gonna
hates
drop
you.
the darkness spell, and he's gonna be standing 6 feet away from him as the spell drops. And you're gonna just see him just kind of staying smiling, his arms crossed. Thank you for your cooperation.
Mhm.
And he walks out the door.
As you start walking out the door, no wonder she called you such a little scrapling. You're nothing but a useless piece of scrap. Is what
Slams
she
the
said.
door.
And you can hear him on the other side of the glass yelling and screaming, and you see
Oh, it's muffled. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit. I'm not
yeah.
listening to him.
yeah, Widow reaches over, presses a button, and it goes silent. That's much better. I see you've got information, and she's just grinning really big.
So color me crazy, but I think what he said somewhat made sense. She was digging for an artifact in the core, something related to an armor. And why does that sound familiar?
And you see Widow tap on her arm console a few times on the screen. She waves her hand up in another hollow screen because she's right there with them. And she pulls it up. There's ancient artifacts that were always on Cybertron, or at least were on Cybertron. Some were lost during the Great Wars. Some
I
disappeared.
remember reading about that.
Well,
But I feel like I remember something. There was a mention of some sort of an armor.
there is rumor of an armor, even in the archives, and you can see her moving the screens around. And she goes, "Here." It refers to some kind of armor to make one superior, and she kind of gestures. The translation's very rough. It's old Cybertronian, so we're not sure. So she kind of swipes a few times. It looks like a piece of scrap, but it's
Yeah,
not a piece
well,
of scrap.
It obviously can't be. So let's assume she did either find something down there, some artifact, maybe not the armor itself, but something related.
He said she came
Let's-
back injured.
Yeah. So she went after something that was guarded. We don't know if she made it out with what she was looking for or not, but let's go under the assumption she did succeed. What's aside from the armor, what are the likely artifacts she might be able to dig at the core? Or at least what we know archaeologically speaking, what could possibly be down there.
Ancient weapons.
So let's
Ancient.
assume she maybe picked something up.
There's many artifacts that are unaccounted for that we don't know what happened to them. A lot with war and Cybertron the way it is, it's not looking good.
Well, we have to, again, assume she pulled something out of there. She couldn't have left there empty-handed.
No, but he did say she was injured. But then
Right.
she wasn't. The clone.
Maybe another clone?
Well, that's the thing. The clone you fought did not have any injuries. That might have actually been her then.
So wait, she sent a clone down to the core to retrieve the item?
She could have. We don't know how many she has.
Actually, you know what? That would almost make perfect sense for her. Why do the work yourself when you can send clones of yourself to do the work for you?
Yes, but how many does she have?
Well, with Shockwave at her side, it's safe to assume her resources could be bountiful to extravagant.
Only if it's beneficial for him.
He's got to gain something from it. Either maybe something to do with the artifact that she gathered, or leading him to some larger power. The map that we have in our possession is obviously something he wanted, but we have it. So, maybe she couldn't deliver on that payment. And he just come to a realization. Maybe that's what really happened to her. She couldn't deliver on the payment. And she's now in his grasp, being cloned and experimented on.
That could be true. She waves her hand and the screens disappear. I will let the text know to deal with him, and she kind of just gestures. Let's go back up and get out of here. I don't like being down here.
I think we've gathered everything we can from here. I have my own business on Velocitron to attend to, but I do need to go collect Carbine and go check on the others.
Well, and you guys get back up to the top. As you do, well, if you do, you know where we're at. If you need help, call us. If you need something, call us. But with that,
I would say in the background to keep looking into artifacts. Maybe see if we can narrow down what she might have figured out or what she found. And what we might be able to do to counteract it.
we can do that. If she's looking for artifacts of specific nature, but we will look up what we can.
Well, we can put our research teams to work anyway on something.
And Todd comes up at this moment. He's kind of just holding like a tablet looking thing. And he goes, sorry to interrupt, but he may have been looking for something specific. And and she just looks over at him, a little late to the party here, kind of look. And he's like, what?
Do you know something a little beyond an artifact that is an armor?
And he's looking down and he looks back up at you and looks back down and looks back at you. How did you know? Just
Little birdie told me.
Well, there's more than one artifact. uh, something about uh, this one is so we can't figure it out, but the other word is optic. Optic shift. And you see him kind of turning it like he's trying to read it in a different way, but it doesn't really specify, but it is an artifact by what it's describing above, that it's an item optic shift. And the other one is armor, but it doesn't say any more here than giving the user unlimited power.
Oh, well, that's never a good sign, now is it?
Yes.
Do we know if she was able to make it out with either one of these items?
Tog kind of lowers the tablet. Sorry,
If
Gilgamesh,
we
no.
kind of put our heads together based on the evidence that we've uncovered, the knowledge that we have, and the testimony that we've gathered from what we do have, we might be able to put at least some of this puzzle together.
Well, from what we did have, we did collect the body of the clone, and it's possibly that she did come out with something, but I don't think it's what she wanted.
Have you extracted the memory unit of the clone?
We tried to. It didn't go well. It melted down as soon as we tried to access it. We didn't anticipate.
He nods. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Very well. If you find any more additional information about this, do forward it to me as soon as you can.
Absolutely, sir. And Widow goes, border dispute again. I need to go. Gilgamesh, you know where we're at. I gotta go. Tug's like,
No worries, I can see myself out.
peace be with you. And Tog does it again. And he walks back into the other room. Widow kind of walks with you for a moment. And she goes, my shuttle's this way. I have to jet over, literally. But
He just nods and he will say, wish you good luck.
you too, little one. I mean, I'm never going to get used to calling you just Gilgamesh. You've always been little one to me. Even though you're bigger than me, you're still not going to get used to it. And she kind of grabs you, first time really hugs you. And it's out of the ordinary for her to do that to you. And she just kind of holds you for a second and she goes, sorry. Sentimental. Ugh. I think I'm getting too old for this. And she walks away. Be careful, little one. She giggles a little bit when she says it. And you see the shuttle door open, and it's heavily armed as well. And she just kind of waves at you, and the door shuts, and she flies off.
Can I make a perception check on the shuttle?
Yes. Roll for it.
First roll of the game. Here we go.
Nice.
19. How's the shuttle looking? Is everything looking shipshape?
The shuttle looks like it's pristine. It's well taken care of. You can see everything on this thing, but you don't see anything wrong with it. But it is heavily armed. It's little more armed than normal. So you see a few more cannons, and it looks like a little bit more shielding in certain spots. But
all right, if I don't
good.
see any faults or anything that might cause her problems, I'm just gonna turn and make my way back to the bridge.
So as you do, the bridge opens up, and you hear the voice come across. Well, it's about time you got back, but it's good to have you. And you pass through, and you pop out the other side. The gate shuts, and you can see Kiara standing kind of off to the side. What took you so long? grinning at
You
you.
do realize I'm balancing like 8 different plates here between leadership, helping with the government, and trying to deal with the situation of Ava, what she's doing in the core, what like I'm dealing with so many things here.
Oh my, such to be a leader. She thumps you in your arm. What do you think I've been dealing with? Jeez. Not the only leader around here. And she walks away for a moment. Come on.
I'm not the one pushing saying that I need to be here when I'm actually there. Like just ugh.
Overload sneezes.
Anyway, I've been having to deal with a lot of everything going on, trying to catch up with everything and get business back in order. So anyway, you find out anything interesting I haven't heard already?
Mostly it's been chatter about some issues going on out in space and a few here on Cybertron, mostly on Cybertron. As you can see,
What
you're
have we
kind of
heard what's going
trailing.
out in space?
Mostly issues of things kind of popping up and disappearing or raids. There's all kinds of stuff further out. Uh, Outside of that, really, it's information gathering. It's been a headache. My circuits are kind of sore from it. And she kind of just taps her head and she's like, it's what it is here. Although
Well,
some of them almost blew out the walls in the other room, and she kind of leans around looking into the battle room. And
I
she
take it their training is getting more intense.
uh, yes. Barish had a cup of energon on the console, and they hit so hard we swear they moved the entire asteroid.
Well, they've both definitely become much stronger in their new forms.
Yes, they did. Very much so. And Overload has asked about his friend if we had any information. We got some, but not a lot.
I do know he's really trying to find this Rex, but if we need to donate more resources to try and work on this, just tell me and I'll see what I can do to get more people on it.
Well, there is information, and he just has to go ask, and hopefully the person will tell him. But he has to find them. So
He just kind of tilts his head, just like, you gonna tell me where that is, or?
well, you're kind of popular there, so he'd have to go back.
Well, I
there.
already have plans to go visit Velocitron.
And she kind of
that
looks like,
where-
really? That's where it's at. And she's kind of like, how do you? Yes, it's on Velocitron, but I don't know where the guy is at. This bot could be hanging around some of the specific areas for competitions.
Carrie, you know how I work. Just give me a name.
That's the problem. I don't have the name. I was only able to say he's on Velocitron. That's it. You'd have
Do
to
you
ask
have a
somebody to.
description? You have to know what he looks like.
The last description we heard of, he's kind of a brownish black. Got wheels on him. We know that. And he's also a Decepticon.
Well, I feel like that would be a given considering Overload's history, but regardless. So all we know is he's brownish black and he's a wheeled vehicle and a Decepticon.
Yes. He. Yeah. That's all I really got because it was so iffy on this guy's location because he bounces from event to event. But they don't really log his name all the time.
Sorry, I'm writing this down.
No problem. She kind of looks. It's the one time we're having trouble actually locking down a name, and we think he does it on purpose.
Well, you know how we operate. Anyone who wants to not be found can still be found.
True,
I'll
especially with you. She
I'll take
bumps
this
you on the arm.
description to some of the people I know on Velocitron and see what I can dig up.
Oh, is it going to be that one? And she kind of winks at you and walks away.
He starts walking in the direction where, like, kind of in the arena where he thinks Overload's going to be. Even if it is, I think you're jealous.
And you can hear, oh, how dare you? But you swear you hear a little inflection of like, yeah, I am.
Yep, he knows.
So as you step in, Overload, are you still in the fight room?
Yeah, I was gonna more or less go uh, confirm information with the others.
Carbine. Gonna be sitting down here. There we go.
So I
I was
probably
gonna
would have
say,
been, I probably would have been walking into the training room to the other side.
All right, so you literally are running into each other. So you bump into each other in the fight room. But before you
For,
continue your conversation, we're going to go over to Void Striker and Felix.
I actually get a turn where I have to leave in like an hour.
Don't worry, it won't take long. You'll be dead soon. I mean, yeah.
I literally almost fell asleep in this chair waiting
No.
for my turn.
I'm sorry.
That is not me joking.
I know. I'm sorry. Well, get your butt away. There we go. Felix is looking at your T-Cog kind of funny right now, Void Striker, like, I have never seen anything like this.
Nor have I.
Are you sure about this? And he's looking at you laying back on the bed. He's like, you do realize I have to take out your other T-Cog to put this one in.
I'm well aware.
All right.
I'm going to lay back on the table and literally open my chest up.
As you do, he sets the new T-Cog on the tray next to, kind of right near your head. And you can see it shining, glimmering, and the coloring just kind of shifts and changes here and there. And he goes, all right, this shouldn't be too hard. We changed out T-Cogs before. As long as you haven't done it, and he reaches to put his hands over, and he pulls back, unless you've changed yourself.
I have had many modifications. In order to install the T-Cog, I am going to have to force myself into low power mode.
Yes, unfortunately. I'm just going to see. And he goes, yeah, you're going to need to. And he kind of brings up the screen above you so your optics aren't being used at all, so you can still see stuff. And it's literally like looking at a mirror, but he goes, yeah, I'm gonna have to disconnect over here. And he goes, okay, this shouldn't be too hard.
I will begin to initiate low power mode.
All right, as you do, you can feel a little bit here and there. Something's going on. You kind of slip in and out of consciousness, like you're in a dream state for a moment, and you hear voices, but it's not Felix, it's other voices. And it's kind of like you can hear somebody, please help us. Please help me. Just little voices, really quiet sometimes. Other times you hear, what have you done? And what seems like you're in there for like just a few minutes, at least a cycle has passed in time, so about an hour. You come to, you feel Felix kind of holding you a little bit, and you still see your chest wide open, and he's going, "Hey, you coming around?
Fully operational.
All right, give it a second. Power up." And he goes, "I need to make sure." And sweet. Everything is functioning. It looks good. How do you feel right now? Give me a status update.
I'll do a full system diagnostic before I close my chest.
Yes, please do. And he's got a screen across from him, and he's watching what you're doing. Status, it's coming up. Full power to TCOG. New TCOG, by the way. You kind of can see out of the corner of your optic your old TCOG. And you could tell it's been there in you for quite a while. So as you see this, you start to feel a little different. It's almost like your body's reconfiguring to a new state. And he goes, "I think you're ready to go ahead and close up your chest cavity." And he kind
I
of
will do so.
he kind of gently grabs on both sides to kind of assist, but he doesn't push really. He's just kind of like making sure it closes properly. And you can see him feeling your chest, making sure you're closed up. And he goes, "You feel up to sitting up?"
I will sit up.
You sit up, you kind of tower over him as normal, and he goes, "How do you feel?"
Unsure.
I can understand that. I wonder how this one works. And you can see him look at your old one. He goes, "I'll put this in a case for you if you change your mind. Although, I don't know yet." And you see him, there's like a case there, and he takes your old one and he gently sets it inside. It's padded. And he closes it down and flips a latch. And he goes, "We'll keep this one on ice for you."
Appreciate it. I'm gonna bring up a hollow screen in front of me and check to see if I still have my alt mode data.
You pull up your information. You see your alt mode information, but it's a little different now. And it's asking for input on another section of it.
Intriguing.
And it just keeps flashing input here. That's all it's doing. The rest of your information seems a little different, though, too.
I want to look at my old alt form data.
As you do, you notice comparable numbers. The one big thing is there's a whole other section that says input data here. Your new one to your old one for your alt modes, there's a few numbers changed. Not sure exactly why, but it might be for the configuration of the TCOG.
There's only one way to make sure this TCOG works properly. Felix, are you willing to come with me to the hangar?
Absolutely. And he goes, "I'll monitor everything you're doing, keep track of the data just in case."
I'm gonna hop off the table and start making my way to the hangar.
As you pass through, you run into Gilgamesh and Overload.
Gentlemen.
This is actually pretty good timing.
The way
Yeah,
to
it
get them
was.
together.
Almost like it was planned.
Wonder how that happened.
Anyway,
So what new discoveries have you guys found out?
I'm about to test the experimental TCOG.
Well, now this I have to see.
So if you guys want,
yeah, we'll put everything else on hold for that one for the moment.
you guys all make your way to the hangar. Felix is kind of standing back. He goes, "Whenever you're ready, Void Striker. I'm monitoring things."
I'll move out into the open, so just in case something goes wrong, I don't hurt anyone.
Yeah, I keep my distance.
And I'm going to attempt to shift into my gunship.
Felix is monitoring. He goes, that's new. Your power levels just shifted, or what in the world? You suddenly transform, but you don't make the sound of transformation. So that sound, you don't really make that sound now. You literally, it's like and it's quick. And you're literally your gunship, but you're smoother looking. You got a little bit more silvery accents now. And it's like you're more aerodynamic.
All that from a T-Cog, huh?
I'm going to shift back into robot form.
And you hear that same sound. It's that in your back. And both you, Gilgamesh, and Overload, you notice the accents even in his bot mode are there. Something that wasn't really pronounced at first, but now you really notice it after you see him in his gunship mode. You see the silver accents around him, and around his head, there's accents there that give him more of a more pronounced look. Like he's more proud of something, but at the same time, he looks like kind of like he's a warrior of some sort.
Oh, it's a clean new look for you.
The testing is not yet complete. I'm going to communicate with Verish. Verish, do you read me?
You could see he's sitting there in the thing. Yeah, I'm reading you. I can see you too. Nice. He's just watching you, like he's holding his cup of Energon and just watching you, just like, what?
Do you mind scanning the station's database for a ground-based alt mode?
Sure. He puts down, he starts pulling up schematics. He goes, there's some kind of armored track-like vehicle with twin cannons on it.
That'll do. Just activate the holo projectors in the hangar room, please.
Copy that. And he shoots out a projection, and it lands kind of right in front of you. You see it sitting there. You see him slowly here, and he rotates it slowly.
I'll begin an optical scan of it.
And he sits there, just let me know when you're done. He kind of stops, and did you get it?
Process complete.
All right. And he turns off the projection, and he's sitting there
I'll
like,
now attempt to shift into the ground mode.
you try to shift. You hear that same sound, but it sounds a little differently. And it almost sounds like the transformation sound with that other sound. But it sounds kind of grindy at first. And you kind of feel like you're struggling a little bit as you're trying to transform. Hang on. Ow. Sweet. Okay. Cool. That was a nice roll. You transform. It took you a few seconds longer than normal because you're getting used to it. You're sitting down on the ground, 2 treads on each side, and you got these twin cannons on top that are on the same pivot. And you can sit there and swivel them around, pivot them, and it gives you the ability to have a ground vehicle now.
I'm now going to shift back into bot mode.
And this time you just hear the sound, and it's back. You're back to your bot mode.
Impressive.
And the fun
Strange
part,
sounding T-Cog you got there, but
and the fun
very
part is,
effective.
you guys can ride in him.
Now that I've got 2 vehicle modes, is it showing that I've got 2 vehicle modes on my body?
You notice nothing really. Because you can't see it all. But Overload, Gilgamesh, you can see on his back some parts of the treads. You see him on the legs too, just a little bit. And the twin cannons are literally on your back. And it's one of those things that looks like it almost like they would flip up and over your shoulders almost, but they're just sitting up on your back, and it makes you look menacing in some ways.
As if you need to look any more menacing, now you have cannons on your back.
I like the look.
Felix, I believe we can class this as a successful test.
He's just standing there with his mouth open. Uh-huh. Just standing there. Oh, yeah. Yes, I'd say so. So,
You had something you wished to talk to me about?
Yes. Recent discoveries. What you find on your end, Gilgamesh?
Well, her prophecy, I guess, phrasing or clone, was a dead end. But we did discover something about what she was digging for at the core. Sounds like she was going after some sort of ancient artifact, likely something from ancient Cybertronian history, mentioning an armor. Don't entirely know too much about that, but I've tasked some people to look into it a little bit deeper. On the other front of your matter, and he points at you, Overload, I understand you did find out that someone might have a lead in your direction, that they might be on Velocitron.
Yeah, about that. All the jobs I did take didn't exactly lead anywhere. But Kiara and Varish were able to find something for me.
Kiara filled me in, at least on the description anyway, since we don't really have a name. But I already had some plans to visit Velocitron, so we can go there together. And I can help you track this person down anyway.
Yes. And hopefully they haven't changed too much. I've seen what he's done already.
Well, I guess that's up to you to decide how you want to persuade him. But we need to gather the others, and we can take off. Void Striker, did you need to go to Velocitron for anything in particular?
Nothing in particular.
Since we're all kind of going on the trip, so.
Nothing in particular, but I might find something that interests me while we're there.
No, you can feel free to tag along. I'm gonna go find Carbine, and we'll go gather the others, and we'll take off.
She's probably still resting up, so you might find her in the room.
All right, sounds good. And I'm just gonna start heading back in that area.
all right. Gilgamesh, you make your way back through there, and you find Carbine sitting on what would be the couch, kind of just sitting back, almost like she's just laying back in her bot form. I'm assuming Aegis is in there too. Well, I see.
Well, yeah, it's the better resting place.
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting there watching some of the races from Velocitron. He's like, I could go faster. Sitting there boasting.
Matrix, while he's doing that, I'm gonna go off and look for Drift real quick.
Okay. Drift would
I'm guessing
probably
he's in the minicon room.
Yeah, he walked in through there. He's just kind of sitting there hanging out with the rest of them. They're just still in their states, but he kind of just stays close to them most of the time. He doesn't actually take a room. He stays close, like he's trying to protect the rest of them. He's sitting there and just chilling. But Gilgamesh, you walk in the room, Carbine kind of, wait, Gilgamesh, and she hops up and she runs over. She jumps up and lands up onto you, and she kind of climbs up onto your shoulder and she's like, "It's great to have you back." And she kind of grabs around your head and hugs you.
I give her scratches behind the ear.
And she's just like, ah. And she goes, I've gotten better. And you see her, she's kind of prancing around on your shoulders, like back and forth a bit. And she just kind of plops down around your neck and she goes, so what'd you find out?
Well, quite a bit, but I'll fill you in on the way there. We're gonna be heading to Velocitron here. You two gonna be ready?
And he just pops up. Hey, what? We going Velocitron? Oh, I can beat them. I know I can. And he hops up. And he's like,
Beat. I'm understanding him, right?
yeah, you guys can understand all these minicons. So Drift,
Okay,
Carbine,
I
you
just
guys
kind
can
of
all
forgot
understand.
if I could.
Yeah, you guys can all understand them now since they've evolved up. So
So
they
you
still
just kind of turn to Aegis. Beat what?
racers, man, they're slow. I can go faster than that. You see him strut up, and he's like, I can go faster. And he's still like trying to be like like being a badass.
So
and
question is he watching land racers or air racers?
he's kind of watching an air race at this one.
Okay,
It's in a specific area of Velocitron.
if he's knocking on land racers, like man, that's bullshit because you're a flyer.
Yeah.
That ain't fair.
Yeah, no, there are specific spots on this Velocitron
Okay.
that has air races, and he's like, I can beat them any day of the week. Yeah, whatever. And Carbine just like, yeah, you think you're so fast now. And she just kind of looks down at him like, whatever. And he's like, okay, let's get going. And he walks right past you and walks right out up through the minicon door. And he's like, so? But before he does that, and he enters, Void Striker, you're in there with Drift. You see Drift kind of sitting there watching them. And you can swear he's saying something to him because they're glowing a little bit. And he's just kind of sitting there watching them.
Drift, can I have a moment of your time?
He doesn't move. He's just still.
I will approach him.
You get closer to him and he kind of snaps out. He goes, oh.
Tap him in his turtle head.
And he kind of shakes it. Yeah, he shakes and he goes, oh, sorry, Void Striker. I was finishing conversation. What'd you need, dude?
I'd like your opinion on something.
Well,
True things, really.
Other than what's with the big things on your back now? And
I'll display the data that we got from testing the T-Cog.
Oh, dude. And he kind of does a playful sign with you. Nice. I still think that's
and he's
pretty
like,
cool.
whoa. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa.
It's like, whoa, dude. Have you tested the cannons out yet?
Not yet, no.
You're gonna have to. But yeah, gnarly, dude. I like it.
The other thing I'd like your opinion on is while I was in low power mode getting the new T-Cog installed, I was hearing voices.
And he kind of stands up more, and he transforms into his turtle form, and he hovers up more closer to your head, and he looks at you, and he cocks his head. Voices? Do you know what they were saying, dude?
Roughly. Some were asking for help, and another one was asking what have I done.
He kind of rolls onto his back.
Unsure of how many voices there were. I wasn't exactly fully aware.
He kind of floats back away from you on his back. And when you said that, he kind of flips back forward and yeah, it is, and you hear him drop the surfer sounding dude voice, and he sounds regular engineer. He lands on the table nearby you, and he transforms back into bot form. He looks up because you're still way taller. You have like I carry my shrine. We also remember the voices sometimes. And he kind of paces back away from me a bit, and then he comes back. Sometimes it's like ghosts. They're in our system. They don't go away easily.
The difference being, Drift, this is the first time I've heard them like this.
I don't know, dude. And you hear him kind of slip into the surfer dude voice, and he just kind of, mine have always been with me. I will carry them. I choose to. Sometimes our memories either are blocked or we choose to block them. Sometimes it's better to leave them blocked. Carbine would know more about this than I would, but there are parts of our memories that we've locked away. Seeing one unlocked that they didn't choose to unlock themselves, we've watched a bot literally fall apart in front of us. So we vowed
Indeed.
never to touch it. Never touch the memory. You have to figure out what it is. They might be from your past. All those, and he kind of gestures kind of to his back where his is. Sometimes you will hear echoes or ghosts, as we call them. We learn to live with them. I mean, I'm billions of years old now. I'm used to it.
Indeed. On another topic, we're about to head off to Velocitron if you want to come along.
Dude. And you see him just completely mannerism change. I'd love to go, but I think I'd rather kind of stay here with the minis, if you don't mind.
Very well.
Besides that, hey, Void Striker, have you seen the little one?
Last I
Oh.
saw, she was with Scamper.
You happen to know where he's at? You know, got his
Location
locale.
data going between the command center and the data archives.
All right, I'll go see if I can find her. And he kind of transforms into his turtle form, floats off. And he stops at the door and turns back. Hey, dude, don't let it bug you too much. The bugs in the system can be erratic, but you'll be all right. And he flies through the doorway and kind of heads off that direction. And anything else you need to do in that room other than stare at the minicons?
No, I'm gonna make my way back to the hangar now.
Watch my babies grow.
What? Oh, so mean. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. So, are you all in the hangar bay now?
You.
Now,
Yeah.
as you're sitting there, Kiara comes up. She's got a data pad, but it's actually a remote control, console control. And she goes, "Are you boys ready to go be good bots and check things out in Velocitron? I know what goes on there, Gilgamesh." And she kind of eyebrow rises up and looks at you.
When am I ever good?
You
she
don't
look-
even know my business there to begin with.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that shiny one. And she walks over to you, Overload. Yeah, right. Don't deny it. Thump! And she hits you really hard in the arm. And she kind of does her hand. She's like, "Hey, big one." She walks away grinning at you, Overload. And she turns back. Carbine, keep an eye on him. And you can swear you hear like a little servo move, like Carbine's winking at Kiara to let her know, yep, I will. And Aegis, do whatever you're going to do to keep him safe, too. It's just like grinning at you, Overload. And Kiara kind of is looking at you, Void Striker. I don't know what to think of you yet still, but you've been doing some good stuff around here, so be careful, too. And she presses a button, the bridge opens up. And she kind of yells out because it's a little loud right now. She goes, as is, this gate is only open every so often, so I can't just open it anywhere on Velocitron. This is an authorized site. So be careful when you go through. And so she taps a few more buttons. Get going. I can only keep it open for another 10 seconds.
I will
Alright.
go through the space bridge.
Getting it going.
As you all step through, you feel the gate and everything around you swirl, and you still feel like you're walking on a surface. And on the other side, you can actually see the lights of Velocitron, but it's nighttime. And you guys step out. The gate behind you starts to close, and there is what looks like a welcome center. Pretty much also security. And you see the lights, neon lights all over the place. You hear music blaring all around you. You see lights flashing here and there. And
By the way, what's happening in my head is instead of, the song from like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, I wonder if you know what happened to Tokyo. Instead of that, I wonder if you know what happens on Velocitron.
And you see it, and you mean, and you know you have to go.
And I just imagine how a bunch of people just showing off their alt modes.
and that's literally what it is. They're all having fun. They're just having races, but nobody's out to it's just showing off.
The entire planet is just like Night City on Transformers.
Yeah, it's beautiful neon colored lights. It's lit up all over the place. You hear parties going off, and you get a ping in all your headsets from Kiara, and she's radioing you. She goes, they said to look specifically, if you can find somebody who knows where one of the best places for certain kind of racing, it said something like a tower race of some sort. I'm not sure what that means. I haven't visited Velocitron in a long time. So just check it out. Have fun, boys. Comms
Is
cut.
there like a local information kiosk?
Yes, it would be right nearby. It'll be off to your left as you get
I'm
out.
gonna go up there. Is there anybody manning the kiosk?
Yes. It would be it's literally like just an information bot. So you walk
So, I'm gonna quietly send a message to Speedstar and contacting her saying that I'm on Velocitron and I'd like to meet up with her once my business is concluded.
Okay. We will get to that one. Void Striker, you walk up
It's
to
a text message, so I'm just letting her know I'm in town.
Void Striker, you walk up to the kiosk. How may I assist you?
I would like to request an updated planetary map.
Absolutely. Maps are free. And he gestures like he's handing you a pamphlet.
I will take the updated planetary map.
And it literally uploads into your database in your mind. You have it all in your memory at this point.
I'm gonna compare it to the current map to an old map I have.
You notice
Has
that a lot of things
anything
have changed. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that has changed. Like the entire map does not look like your old map at all.
I'll archive my old map.
So where you're standing at, you're at one of the main hubs. It's one of the space bridges on Velocitron. There's only about 6 of them, and 5 are currently operational by what the map says.
Alright.
Dave's character, Gilgamesh, he gets an instant reply back. But it's not a reply of a text, it's a call.
All right.
Gilgamesh? You hear this voice go, Gilgamesh, is it really you? She's just excited to hear. Well,
Yeah, sorry. I know it's been some time since we last spoke, but I'm in town, and I did have a couple of things I wanted to ask you if you had some time.
Oh, absolutely. For you, Gilgamesh, anything. If you don't mind, I have a little friend with me too. She's okay though. But you're more than welcome to meet me. I'm probably not far from your location. Did you fly in?
In a manner of speaking.
Uh,
I am looking into something else here with my friend at the moment, but once I finish up with that, I will be in touch with you.
ah. Well, if you need anything, you know where to find me. She sends you a little text with a winky face and a kissy face.
I'll just reply back, I'll be in touch soon.
And then she's cuts comes and you guys are on Velocitron right now. Watching these races going on all over the place. They're not, again, they're more of show of everything. You see some amazing looking vehicles, some not so amazing. And Gilgamesh, one you really recognize spewing a lot of smoke and sooty garbage from him. And
He just kind of squints his eyes a little bit, just kind of remembering the race, just,
it's
Prince Overload. So we have a description of who we're looking for, but did you get anything else outside of that?
Well, I mean, I know exactly what changed of them, so I know the features we're looking for.
Brown and
And
black, wheeled, and an ex-Decepticon. That's all I know.
don't forget that he's probably bigger than Void here.
Well, that part kind of slipped the description I was given.
Yeah, Rex was a big guy.
As you're all standing there, you feel something tap on your leg, Gilgamesh,
I look down.
and you see this little alien creature, and it is him, it is him, and he's jumping up and down, and he goes, "Can you sign my card?"
We've already been spotted by fans.
I'm going to kneel down. And I'm gonna kind of hold my finger to my lips and the kind of that just shh.
Okay, okay. Could you still sign my card, please?
I'll take his pen and the card and I'll sign. And I'll just kind of whisper to him, "This is between you and me. You don't tell anyone I'm here, okay?"
And he's excited. As you sign the card, you notice the pose is a little like something
Not
normal.
mine.
Yeah, not really your pose, but somebody has taken what you have and put it kind of, and it's like this is like the cheapest knockoff card, but it's a card.
It's
And
now
he
a
goes-
very expensive card.
Yeah, and he goes, and he kind of tucks it inside of his little coat thing that he has on,
And
and he stumps up
I
and he
can
goes,
give him a little gesture as he walks away, just a shh.
Yeah, he's like, "Shh," and he runs out. And he scurries through the crowd. You lose track of him because there's so many people. You notice on one of the other kiosks
So
nearby.
I'm just gonna look to the groom and go, "All right, so I guess I'm gonna have to do this, and I'm gonna cast Disguise Self."
If Hans, I can help you out a little bit to like clear the crowd a bit.
Not really necessary, because I'm just gonna make myself look like just a random commoner who's walking the streets here.
As you look around, you see a kiosk off to the right side, and it's closer down to the crowd. But you see a bunch of bobbleheads. A couple of them are Gilgamesh just sitting there.
Yeah, no, I'm changing myself to look like someone like of my height, of my similar height, but a completely different form.
And
Like I look more like a car now than a motorcycle.
as you're all moving, trying to move around, one of the bots, a bot comes up and he's like looking Void Striker up and down, and he's like, "Hey, you want to go for a flight race? Ha ha ha! Come on!" Make some good Shanix. What do you say? What do you say? Come on. Come on, Void Striker. You want to go? But he's just looking you up and down, just staring at you like, hey, nice look. Ouch.
I do not believe that that would be a fair race.
But it would be an interesting one. And you see him
No,
like,
I mean not fair for you.
oh, I wasn't talking me race. I was talking you race. I bet on you. And he's like, hey, hey, hey.
It might help us find your individual overlord by gaining attention.
Oh, you looking for a friend? Hey, Big Bot, you look like a fighter. You go for rings? There's some good fights going on. We can get you in. You can tell this is some kind of swindle, like bot. He's like trying to con you into stuff. Ooh, excuse me.
We might attract the person we're looking for, but we may also attract a lot of more unwanted attention.
I wasn't saying doing any of the things he was suggesting. I'm just saying it might be an idea.
Well, how about this? I'll give you my card. And he literally flicks like a card, but it hits you and you see it kind of pop up on your console display of your arm like a business card. And he's like, you got my business card. Call me if you need me. Name's Charlie. And he walks off.
Delete.
Yeah, just take his card, throw it in the trash.
So with that, you got all the partying going on. It's still dark out, so you can wander about and mingle if you need to.
So I'm just gonna start leading the group through and start kind of taking us down into the underground and looking into the information traders.
As you move around, you have to find where a lot of those information traders are because the doors may have shifted again. So you might need somebody's help to find those.
Okay.
I wonder
well
what
then.
Matrix wants us to go. It's totally not a mystery.
Well, no, I know what he's wanting me to do in this case. Then, so
it's literally you have to have somebody kind of give you new coordinates every time because if you're not constantly on the planet, you don't know about it. So.
Yep,
Which is
and I've already been in contact with the one person I know who can give me that information. So I'm gonna ring up Speedstar.
So soon, Gilgamesh? Oh, I feel so special. Are we going to have some alone time?
You're jumping the gun a little bit there.
Well, I just wanted to, catch up.
Well, I'm needing your help. I need to find out when the next entrance into the underground is. I need to visit the information traders.
You hear the call is silent for a few moments.
You can just put me in touch with the person who knows. You don't have to deal with them yourself.
No, I
know
help you
it's a
with
sore
this.
spot for you.
It's okay.
So
I will do it. I will get you the information. Let me see if my friend here is going to be okay alone. If not, she might be coming with me. Where are you at? I will meet you.
we're just kind of wandering the streets at the moment, not in any particular direction.
There's a small leased bar kind of place. It's not the greatest, but it's a fair place, but also it's a safe place. That's what I was trying to say. Safe place. I couldn't even think of the word. I will meet you there. It's not far, probably from where you're at. I'll send you the coordinates, and she pings you with them. I'll meet you there in about 5 minutes. amusing our time.
Just so you are aware, I will not be traveling alone. I do have my companions with me as well. So if your friend does need to come along, that is perfectly fine.
That's fine. As long as they're companions of yours, we're fine then. I will see you then.
Very well. I will see you soon.
And she just cuts the call.
I have the coordinates.
We're going to a bar. Wait, I get a drink.
So you guys want to head straight there?
Yep, we're
Okay.
going there.
All right, we'll speed it along. You guys arrive. It's literally a lot of the places sometimes are just called bar or they're designated with a number, which this one is designated with just a number because it's one of these smaller places. There are people
do I
in
need
there.
to shrink myself?
Actually, you might need to a little bit because there's a bot standing there like
you are extra thick after all.
He's like,
I
you're not
might
gonna
have
fit.
even become even thicker since my new form, you know?
Yeah,
You probably have.
You're kind of a little beefier. I forgot. Yes, you would have gotten a little bit taller. So yes, you're gonna have to shrink down, probably more to overload size.
Even then, it still probably wouldn't be enough.
You're gonna squeeze in.
Reduce
He's got to fold in
by
those
one
cannons
side.
somehow.
Yeah, but you guys come
Huh?
in.
I'm gonna make it look like a size displacement.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll
Yeah,
allow it
there you go.
because this will work for the situation. As you come in, you see the bartender look over at the three of you, and he kind of points at all three of you, and he goes, just gestures that way toward the back. And it's not like a trashy place. It's actually nice looking, nice floors, nice walls. It kind of looks like an older style place, but it's in really good shape. And there are all kinds of creatures sitting there. They're watching the races. You hear some of them cheering. And you get back further, and there's kind of like, it looks like a booth, but there's a door to it. And you see Speedstar there. And she's sitting kind of off to the left side a little more. And she's like, she leans forward with her hands, kind of, her fingers intertwined, and she kind of leans on the table and she says, "Oh, Gilgamesh, you have changed a little bit. Come in and have a seat."
It has been a few months since our last encounter.
Yes, I see. I like the look. And she pats down on the seat kind of next to you. And there's a lot of space. It's kind of a lower table, but it sits down. And she kind of leans back and she goes, "Come on over, have a seat. Oh, you remember Addie?" And you see this shy little, she's not small, but you see this bot. She seems kind of small because she's kind of like, "Hi, remember me? The one who didn't finish," kind of look. And
He
she
just kind of smiles and nods. I do remember you. And he turns to the others. These are my associates, Void Striker and Overload.
And
Pleasure.
Speedstar stands up, kind of reaches over the table. "Nice to meet both of you. And have a seat, please." And she kind of looks around. You see her kind of wary. She's like, and she presses a button that you don't really see on the table, but it's there. And the door silently closes and it becomes dead quiet in the room. And you can hear some sound, but it's not like anybody can hear you guys. Or you can hear anything really outside of that room.
So more or less what we're hearing is more or less the unconscious shifting of people's parts.
Yeah, that's really it. It's just,
We're in the soundproof booth in the club.
and she gestures down at the table. "I ordered drinks for all of us. I hope that's adequate." And there's a variety of drinks in front of you. So this is more business. And she kind of takes her fingers and tiptoes them across your leg. And she goes, "What kind of business are we talking about?"
We'll call it a multifaceted operation.
Hmm.
I have a couple of things I need to ask you, but I also need to assist my friend here. We're trying to track down an old associate of his. And I'm going to need the information from the traders down below to at least get me a name.
Who's sitting next to Addie?
Who would have taken a seat?
Yeah, I know.
I would have taken a seat.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
I guess
So-
between me and Void.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to
one
say,
of-
which one of you
yeah.
two sat down next to her?
You can flip a coin to decide who does it if you want
I'll
to.
say I will.
Okay. Addie kind of looks over at you, Void Striker, and she kind of like, "Are you a racer?" And you can see she's nervous asking you these questions, and she's like
Mm,
picking at her front metal part, and she's like,
No, I am not currently, but I am interested in a couple races.
oh, what are you? Are you a flyer racer? I don't see wheels.
I point to my back, showing the treads and the wing slash jet engines.
Oh, you're not a fast ground racer, but you're a flyer racer then. Unless you're into the
I'm unsure on
demolition.
how. I'm unsure how fast my ground mode goes. It's a new addition.
Oh,
Am I
well,
overhearing this?
yeah, you're all hearing this. Speedstar's just grinning,
I
watching
just
this.
kind of lean in and just kind of say, his ground mode might make for a good demolition derby.
Yes, but you don't look like you're all scuffed up like the rest of them, so I don't know if you'd want
Oh,
to do that.
I'm literally gonna hold up my arm and take one of my sharp fingers and scratch along my forearm and let her watch it auto fix itself.
And she grabs your arm and looks at, like, she pulls it down to her. It's like, how did you do that? Mine doesn't even do it that fast. And then she realizes, I just grabbed your arm, and she looks up in embarrassment. Sorry. And she lets go immediately and pulls her hands back, embarrassed. And she's sitting there. Sorry. Really
It's
cool.
fine. You can examine it as long as you like.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. She's really embarrassed. You swear she's actually changing color right now because she's so embarrassed.
I'm gonna make her smile by scaring her a bit by deploying Scamper from my arm.
As you do, she jumps. Oh my god! What? Why the Primus? What is that?
This is my little friend.
Oh, hello, little friend. And she's kind of holding back, and she's grinning a little bit, like, "What are you?" And she tries to poke
Scamper will do a very polite bow.
Oh, nice to meet you. This little guy is part of you, or is
In
he?
a way. He's an autonomous drone.
Oh, well, nice to meet you. And she pats it on the head lightly. But your arm repair stuff, and Addie's kind of just enamored with you right now, just watching you. And she goes, "You're really shiny. You like Speedstar," and she's gesturing, kind of like, "You sure you're not some kind of like professional racer, like Speedstar?"
I've raced on Velocitron before, but that would probably be long before your time.
Oh, how long ago was that?
Before the Civil War.
And her optics go wide. That makes you really, really old. And then she realizes what she said, and her optics go even wider. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that way. And she just literally, she's got her hands in her other hand, and Speedstar, it's okay, Addie. I think he's okay with it. Like, just patting her on the shoulder. It's like, it's okay. You're allowed to ask questions.
In fact, the more questions, the better.
Speedstar turns back to you, Gilgamesh. But, yes, you're looking for somebody, and she looks over at you, Overload. You need to find somebody who might know where he's at then.
That's kind of why I'm looking into the traders, but unless you might know someone else who might have a lead on an ex-Decepticon.
And you see her kind of like deep sigh movement, and she kind of sits back a little deeper into the seat, and she goes, "Yes, I do. He's a bit of an ass."
He kind of sits back in the chair as well and just kind of listens to her intently. Go on.
He likes to play the tower games, as they call them, or they're referred to as a few other names. One of them would be like King of the Hill. tower protection, tower control. He likes to be on top. And he's a bit of an ass about it. His bolts are a little twisted sometimes because he's a jerk. So to find him, you don't really need to go to the information traders. You just need to go to one of the casinos he's always at. And it always has to be the high top, as it's called, because he's there. Look for the brown and black bot. You can't miss him, nor can you not hear him.
Brown and black, you say?
Mm-hmm. And
Which casino was this again?
It's called the high top.
The height.
And you see her take a drink. It's some kind of mix of Energon and some other stuff. And but she doesn't stop drinking it. And she goes, yeah, you might have to challenge him to get what you want or pay him a lot. But he is a real piece of work.
Challenge him in combat?
More of a race, which could be his specialty, considering it's his name. He likes to be on top.
So does that mean he's not above going and using illegal means?
Depends on what challenge he goes with. A lot of times he likes playing dirty, so you might lose to him very easily. They don't call him Hilltop for no reason, so good luck.
I'd rather be by combat, though.
You could try and challenge him to combat, but he's one for climbing the hills. Good luck with that one. He is not very nice to play with.
I don't expect him to be. But then again, I don't necessarily give up when I'm needing information.
You, and she kind of slides her finger. You feel Carbine's claws kind of dig into you just a little bit, like she's getting jealous, and slide across your leg. And she goes, I think you'll do just fine.
Well, as I said, I have some other questions to ask you, but we'll finish that up later once this matter's concluded.
Oh, you can drill me for information all you want, Gilgamesh. And she goes, Addie kind of turned.
Freezing!
You can feel Kiara's death.
God, I feel Kiara's stare from light years away from me right now.
You get a text. What is going on? It's all you. You're in trouble now. But you feel Carbine kind of in your head going, what's going on?
I just kind of gently pat her on the head. Don't worry about it.
If my mouth wasn't covered up, I'd have the most shit-eating grin.
Addie's
like
just
Gilgamesh is going to have a visitor in his chambers when we get back to the station.
Addie is sitting there wide optic, just looking like, what? And just kind of, bought your arm. What was your name again? And she's trying to find a word.
Void Striker.
Yes, Void Striker. Do you hear her voice cracking? I'd love to talk more about how you do that and a few other things. Do you want to get a drink or something? And she's kind of like, can we just leave now?
Sure.
Yeah, after this conversation, Gilgamesh is going to smile and he's going to
leave with. I'm going to ask the new little bot to just show me around because I got to go now.
Yeah, so they can split off and do their thing, and
yeah, that actually works perfectly.
I want to punch something.
You'll be by the sounds of it, you'll be punching a lot of things in a bit. Don't worry.
Yeah, because I got a pretty good idea what's gonna end up happening here, and you're gonna be punching something here soon.
How about this, guys? We'll stop session right here because this is actually a good spot because it'll give time. Don't worry, you'll get your punch
No.
in.
I want to punch.
We can keep going.
Quick,
Yeesh.
roll a d20 for punching.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna. Okay, we'll keep going. Addie and Void Striker kind of walk off, like open the door and go out, and she's just like, "Bye." She's like really embarrassed,
They make an oddly cute couple.
and she kind of, and you can kind of hear. So how do you do that? As she's walking with Void Striker out the door, and
Wait for her reaction for when I go to my true size.
yeah, that's when you hear a scream from outside through the walls.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my
this
God!
tiny little bot and then this giant go out the door, and then he's just gonna grow a little bit bigger.
So as you both go out the door, you grow. No, I'm gonna leave that for a moment here. Oh my God!
Hey,
You
man,
hear
I'm
a
growing
scream,
on a shower.
and you hear it. You guys can hear this. Oh my God! By premise, how did you do that?
All right, you guys have fun. I'll catch you later.
Yeah,
Later,
have a good one,
Bob.
man.
So while Void Striker and Addie go out on their date, there we go. Oh, Kiara kind of leans forward. Yes, Addie doesn't get too social and understand some of the things.
Who?
That was Addie that went with Void Striker.
No, but
No,
you said
you said
Kiara.
Kiara.
Oh, Kiara. Sorry, my brain's on names now because I'm like, Jesus. I just heard the name Kiara now, but no, Speedstar. Well, I can remember names. I got to stay on one name. If I don't, I'm going to do that again. Speedstar kind of leans forward. She's like, "Yeah, Addie's not sociable in the way you'd think. She's good, but she needs a lot of practice in racing." And she kind of raises one eyebrow. Maybe dating might be a good thing for her. And she kind of snaps back to you, Gilgamesh. You can find him at the casino, though, and he will have the information for you. Hopefully, you won't have to go to the underground, but he quickly taps on her console. Here's the access points. They kind of changed them again, but they're there still. They're just in a new spot, and they're not far from here.
He smiles. Well, that's a plan B anyway, in case things fall through. But I do appreciate it.
She reaches her arm up and around you, and she starts petting Carbine. And I do remember you. And she kind of strokes between her ears, and Carbine just kind of melts on your shoulders, like, "Oh yeah, that's the spot." And you just hear this loud purring around your audio receptors. You're just like, it's like, oh. But if you need anything, you know where I'm at. Maybe catch a drink sometime.
Well, as I said, I do need to talk to you about some things here once I finish up.
Well, you know my number. And she winks at you, and she takes a sip of her drink. I better go back out and mingle with the others where I was at. They're probably wondering where I wandered off to. And she takes her drink, and she kind of leans over to you, and she gets really close. But really, be careful.
I do thank you for the tip. I will repay you for that, of course.
Take me out for dinner. Maybe I'll call it even. And she gets up and walks away. And she bumps into you, Overload, and she kind of looks at you and winks at you and then keeps on moving.
Well, he just kind of slowly turns his chair to Overload. So, High Top Casino.
So you know what it is, I guess.
That description, though, you don't think it might actually be him?
Only one way to find out.
Well, let's get going.
you guys pull up the map and you realize the casino is a little bit distance away, but it's not too far.
Go in
Well,
vehicle form and we're driving. I wanna cruise the streets of Velocitron.
You guys transform. Wait, Overload, when was the last time you've transformed? I just realized this.
Good question.
I'm like,
I don't really transform that much.
no,
Yeah,
you
so
do
now
not. I'm like,
now
what-
we're giving him an excuse to do it.
yeah, I'm like, when was the last
We're going
time?
for a ride.
That was
I mean,
in like
either way, I'm
season
slow.
1. Yeah, well, you still got some speed. At least you're traveling at a decent
Yeah, I
speed.
mean,
so.
we're basically like on a freeway, so like
Yeah.
you can keep up.
So you both transform, and you hear the loud, and Gilgamesh peels out a little bit. Overload, you kind of peel out, but it more like you just, and you're like a big
like,
rage.
I'm going fast, but I'm not going top speed.
But you're doing a decent speed. You'll get there in
Yeah.
probably about 5-10 minutes. You guys show up. You kind of get close to it. You can see this place. Big, bright. It literally looks like a circus tent almost, but it's solid. You can see the doorway. There's people all around. There's stuff going on. You guys come up. You transform. You see at the doorway, you don't even need perception for this, you see a couple bouncers there. And they're standing there watching the door, only letting certain people in. And you hear one of them, you're not on the list. Sorry. Go. Next person comes up, same thing, but they get belligerent. And he literally, you think this bot, he's a little smaller than Overload. He picks him up by one hand. I said, move, and flings them. And they go flying. And he gestures a couple people. They give them names. They go in. What would you guys like to do from here?
Pretty strong
I'm just-
bots.
It's gonna turn to Overload. Well, it seems like they're not gonna let just anyone in, so I'm gonna have to use my notoriety.
Oh, that way it seems.
Well,
So,
let's give this a shot. I'm just gonna approach as I am, and one, I'm gonna see if they even recognize me.
are you still wearing your disguise though?
No. I
Alright.
actually, like, to be honest, I would have dropped it when we met with Speedstar.
Oh, that's
So I would have
right,
dropped
yeah.
it a long time ago.
Okay. So you approach. You hear the music and everything. You get closer up into the line, and one of the bouncers kind of notices you, and the one that's doing the name check, he's still doing that. The other one kind of walks down slowly. He's eyeballing you really hard, and he looks you up and down. Name?
He just leans in. Gilgamesh.
You see this? He kind of looks like an ape creature, though. This one, the other bot bouncer is a bot. So this guy looks you up and down, and you see him pull out a tablet, and he looks down. Just you?
And he tilts his head to Overload. And my partner here.
All right. He undoes the velvet rope, and he goes, "Come around." And as you both step around, he clicks it shut. "Follow me." And he goes right up to the door, and he goes, "Prominent racers get to come in right away, sir. Enjoy." And he steps aside and lets you come in, both of you.
I give him a solemn nod and just kind of look to Overload and just kind of lean in, just like, all right, let's go.
Must be great to be the popular amongst the people.
Both of you give me a perception check real quick.
Perception.
Perception.
20.
Oh my god.
9.
Overload, since you're behind Gilgamesh, you kind of see the bouncer kind of reach up and do like
He's taller.
talking.
He's got a better view.
Yeah, that's what it is. And you can kind of catch what he's saying easily. We have the racer Gilgamesh in the building. VIP? Understood, sir. Yes. Okay. Yes, company meant one. And then he kind of lowers down, and then you see him kind of put it back up. Should he get the special treatment? Okay. Thank you, sir. And then he goes back to standing at the gate for a moment, but he turns to somebody at his side, which looks like a valet of some sort, and he kind of whispers something. You can't really catch that because there's a lot of commotion going around. And you see the valet nod like eagerly, like, and he shoots off inside to accommodate. And he's like, it's like, what the heck is going on now?
I'm just gonna like whisper to Gilgamesh. It seems like you might be getting some special treatment soon.
You guys approach and you see these lights panning around, they're swiveling around. You see on upper levels there's like tables and it looks like some booths and stuff. On the lower level there's some booths at the further corners at the back, some seating, a couple of like a bar on each side, and then there's one down the middle that's a bigger bar, and there's like performers, dancers doing all kinds of stuff. And you can just hear the music going around. It's pretty loud, but you see all the people around, all these different creatures again. Bots, aliens, take your pick. And Carbine is in your ear kind of going, this is wild. And you hear Aegis in your head, Overload. I haven't been to something like this before. Do I need to do anything? And he's just sitting there. He doesn't know what to do.
Simple. Don't press a button, because once you do, you won't stop.
Just be calm and relaxed.
They're both in sync. It's like you both kind of hear, okay. And you can see around the bar. Go ahead and both of you give me a perception check again.
So yeah, I'm just gonna quietly also say to Overload.
Overload's hitting it every time.
Yeah, so
I
I'm just
see
gonna.
everything.
I want to say to Overload that 21.
Oh, nice.
The only time I really experienced this kind of notoriety was when it was not my own.
And
It's
as
kinda
you're
strange having it being given to me in my own name.
as you're saying this, you notice people around. That's Gilgamesh, the racer. Oh, and there you can hear some people, and you see some people just pointing outright at you, and it's like, and you get that same valet who walks right up to you, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, sir, it's an honor to have you at our establishment. Is there anything you would like? We have a private booth for you if you'd like.
That would be lovely, and if you could include some drinks for us, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Anything in particular you would like, and I will get it for you. And he hands you a quick menu. Anything you need, tap on that, and I will bring it right away. And he escorts you back to your booth. You can see pretty much almost everything. It is a very luxurious. Well, I can't talk.
Luxurious.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk. My speech.
It's okay. It's okay. I know. Like we haven't been at this in a while, so you gotta get your DM's voice back.
Yeah. Do I ever? I'm so nervous still. Okay, breathe. But you guys sit back, and it is very nice, very comfy, very. You got lots of stuff around you. You even have like a touchscreen table where you can actually play their games, which will cost you, right off the table. You don't even have to go to any one of the machines, and it will prop up. It will tip.
Now, quick question, because I was actually going to want to roll perception on our way to the booth, but I wanted to be on the lookout for our guy based on our description.
Go for it. Actually, I will count it with the perception.
Do you want me to roll again, or do you want me to just keep the one I got?
I'm going to say keep the one you got. I'm going to use it because you did roll it. You were technically on that direction too. So as you do, you don't really see the upper levels too well, but you do hear loud boisterous kind of voice, but you can't make out what he's saying. But you know it's got to be this particular one that's being loud. But you don't know exactly where he's at.
But he's on this floor, though, yeah?
Yes, he is somewhere nearby, but you can't identify where because of the way the place is set up. The valet comes
All right,
over and
but
he puts
so long
it
as I know he's on this floor still, then I'm okay.
Yes. And the valet comes over, he sets down your drinks. He goes, "If there's anything else, please let me know." And he kind of just he looks and he walks off real quick. And a lot of times they're also looking for tips, so on the menu thing, it does have tip the valet.
I'm going to sample the drink. What do they bring?
It is it looks like Energon mixed with some kind of white fluid, and it seems to almost like it's like a glittery red sparkle through it. And it has a smell of almost like it's not cherries, but it's like a raspberry-ish, some kind of berry smell to it.
So I guess like what kind of cocktail are we talking about here? Like what would be a close equivalent?
Let me think. I don't know drinks all that well. I describe it by color and the taste and smell.
I mean, I would think just kind of based on like the initial one, it's gonna be like a little bit like a tequila sunrise.
Well, it is heavy on the Energon, which is much richer, which would be probably closer to the tequila. Yes.
All right.
I like that. That's a good one. But
If
I
you've
gotta
never
figure
had
names.
tequila sunrise, it's really good. It like
I probably have, and I don't remember it.
yeah.
It's been so long. I don't drink that much anymore, so.
I haven't drank it in years. It's been oh my god, it's been over a decade since I've had one, but I remember it so vividly. It was so good.
Overload, you have the same drink too. So.
I'm gonna tip the valet 10 Janix.
And it just pings on there and it shows. And you can see the valet is bouncing around to a few other tables, but he is particularly focused on the VIPs. Oh, excuse me.
So I'm not looking like my body language I'm keeping specifically hidden because I know there are people watching, but I'm just kind of quietly saying to Overload, "Do you see our guy here at all?"
It doesn't seem like it's on this level.
But I'm hearing someone in the back. Sounds like loud, obnoxious. Could be our guy.
Possibly.
You see a valet come out. It's not the one that's been helping you. Seeing a valet come around, and you just see him like he's trying to kind of stay behind the pole, and he's holding a tray and going, "He is such a jerk," and he walks off in a huff. But then he snaps on a smile like he's happy to do his job.
That came from the direction of the loud one, yeah.
Yep.
Can I kind of peek up from our booth and kind of peek around and see if I can get a visual on that?
You could, but you might get in trouble for it.
I'll roll stealth.
Go for it.
Well, I was gonna say.
Holy crap.
30.
Don't worry about it. He's got it.
I was gonna say you could possibly use carbine to stealth.
Bro, I have a plus 12 to stealth, my
Yeah.
man. I'm fine.
Yeah, so you poke your head around the one side and you kind of see a bunch of VIPs. There's people there, a couple of alien. You could tell one of them's an alien racer of some sort. Yeah, nothing big. They're just sitting back having drinks. It looks like a bunch of other people around them. You poke your head around the right side, but you don't really see a booth, but more of a hallway that goes down that direction, and you can hear that boisterous voice down that direction.
Now I'm gonna send Carbine for this. I'm gonna tell Carbine, go check out and see if this matches our description of our perp.
All right. She goes, absolutely. I'd be glad to. And she sleeks down.
Hey, be careful.
And she stops as she
Carbine, we're in unknown territory. Do not get cocky here. Be careful.
Understood. And she slides, she kind of slides down. She's like on her belly and slides down across your chest, down your leg, and kind of on the inside of your leg. And she kind of vanishes into the shadow. And she goes, I'll be back in a moment. And you can feel her tail tap you, or not her tail, but her one leg tap you. I'll be back in a moment. And she disappears out underneath the booth seats.
And you just kind of tell her like telepathically, like basically like good luck. And he kind of sits back and just kind of sips on his drink a little bit more, acting casual like he belongs there.
You see that valet that was just back there that came out, who's disgruntled, walk back, and he stops nearby, and you see like him taking a deep breath, like, okay, time to put on the smile, and he walks, and you hear Carbine, oh, okay, little problem there, but nothing I can't deal with. I'm in the room. This guy is really loud. Do I have to be in here?
Does it look like who we need?
I'm trying to get a better visual. Okay. I see. This guy is a real jerk. Like, really, a big jerk. Man, that poor server.
Carbine
Brown?
focus.
Black?
Yep, and he has wheels, right?
Yep, this has got to be him. They describe him. Wait. And you hear a tone change. Yeah, it's him. Decepticon. I'm coming back to you.
Yep, come on back.
You
Yeah, I'm
kind
just
of
gonna
hear.
sit there patiently, like I'm just gonna sit overload.
Ooh,
Well,
okay.
we know it's him.
And you hear from the back, hey, who let a cat in here? And you hear Carmine, ah, like, oh. And she disappears under another bench and out of sight again. And you see the server looking around. Like it's that same server who's disgruntled with him. Sir, we don't find anything, but we will look. You better. God, service around here stinks. And you hear Carbine, sorry, I made a mistake. And she goes, I'm underneath you right now. And you feel her one paw touch your knee. And it's like, I'm right here. She's freaked out a little bit. Like, I did not expect the cup to be right there.
Man, he's really loud. I kind of want to make him more quiet.
I just kind of gently lean down and kind of scratch the back of Carbine's head. Well, so do we want to try and appease him, or do we want to just try and force him?
Or
Carbine,
best that we try to be nice to begin with, but if he's gonna snap back, then can't exactly say no to violence at that point.
He just shrugs. I'm open to diplomacy, but if things end up having to turn violent, well, I have no problem with that either.
Carbine kind of slips back up around your neck and makes herself look like a fur. And she says it kind of out loud because the booth is more enclosed, so it would only be you guys talking to each other. She kind of looks around. She goes, well, he seems, drunk. So you
That'll
might
work to
be
our
able to.
advantage then.
And as you're both standing there, you see the server backing up. Sir, I'm so sorry. And a bottle comes out, flies, hits the guy in the head, and he's like, ah, sir, I will take care of it. And he picks up the bottle and he puts it on the tray. Yes, as he walks away.
I'm gonna get up from the booth and I'm just gonna start heading in that direction.
Will I be following suit?
As you do, you see everybody around, but nobody really is paying attention to you both right now.
Yeah.
You see the one server coming back with a towel to clean up some of what was spilled out of the bottle on the floor near you guys. So he's kind of in your way right now. And he stands up, sirs, can I help you with something? And he smiles big, but you see this big goose egg thing on his forehead.
I'm just gonna kind of pat him on his shoulder and just say, I'm actually gonna lean into him quietly and just say, "You leave that woman to me." And I walk past him.
And he stops you for a moment, grabs your arm. Sir, I'm not supposed to let others go into other VIPs. But I didn't see anything. And he goes right back down. And he leans back down to clean up. I didn't see nothing.
Good man.
Reasonable one.
Well, you took off the help. What do you think they're going to do?
Yep.
So
That's why I had leaned in and told him, "You're gonna leave that one to me."
Yeah, and he's just sitting there grinning like, oh, I hope you know that look of, I hope you kick his ass. Or something. Just, he really hates it. And quietly behind you, he kind of closes some shutters a little bit to kind of, and walks away. So you guys walk in.
Yep.
And you see this brown black bot kind of laid out across the seats. There's a couple other bots with him they're just sitting there laughing. They're not doing anything. They look like a couple of exotic dancers as well. And they're just sitting there laughing with him, getting him to drink more, spend more Shanix. And he's just sitting there. Yeah, I took him out with no problem. I got to the top easily. And he's kind of flopping around at times, and he sits back up. Yeah, it was awesome. I took him out so easily. I just put one right into his tailpipe, literally. That was the funniest moment. He went down so hard.
That is really funny.
He looks up. Who the scrap are you? Wait, I know that one, I think. And he's kind of waving around. He's trying to point, and it looks like he's pointing at you, Overload, but he swings over. Not that one, that one.
I'm looking to the dancers, and I'm kind of like nodding my head in the direction of the door, like hinting them to leave.
And their eyes kind of go wide, like, oh. And they're like, yeah, they kind of squeeze around both of you and like, if you need,
Yep.
have some fun, we'll be in the other booths. And zoom, they're gone. And he's sitting there, hey, get back here. I wasn't done. You're that, racer. Yeah.
I hear you're the man who might be able to help me track someone down.
I don't know what you're talking about. And he takes a swig of this bottle of stuff. And I don't know what you're talking about. He sits back and he kind of has the bottle on his knee and he's looking at you.
What's your name?
Name's Hilltop. And you
The same
are...
as this casino?
No, this is High Top. I'd name it after myself, though. And he's very loud. Your audio receptors are just like, oh, okay.
I mean, above game. I'm sorry. I thought the casino was the Hilltop.
No, it's called High Top.
Or Hilltop, sorry.
Yeah, his name is Hilltop.
Oh, okay.
It's like literally
so that
high
okay,
top.
That's so fucking confusing.
Yep.
But okay.
That's why he likes going here, because that's how he stays.
Okay, yeah, you just threw me off there with that. I'm sorry.
My powers, yes. Oh, but no, he's sitting there very boisterous, but he's kind of serious looking. I don't know what information you want from me, unless you want to race me to the top for it. And he takes a big swig. Yeah, I doubt you could make it, Speedy. Not built for climbing. Although he might be, but he'd probably fall down and make a crater. And he picks
Well,
up.
I actually wanted to ask, do you, with these challenges, do you do combat as well?
And he picks up like a cigar like thing, and you can see him puff on it, and he's like, I don't normally fight anymore. And he looks at you, Overload.
Oh, sounds like a bit of a skill issue.
In his case,
Oh,
maybe a running away issue. And you see him take a big puff and blow it out in your direction.
so you do know me. That makes it
Oh,
easier.
oh, I know you. But that was the rumors that you ran away. I don't care. I may wear this symbol, and you can see it on his chest, and he just kind of taps it. I think it's just a piece of metal at this point. And he takes another puff, and he seems to sober up a little more, but you could tell he's still a little drunk looking. Even Carbine's like, he stinks so badly. And he just sits there. Yeah, I know who you are, Overload. There's a few bots on this planet who would want your hide. I ain't one of them. And he takes a big
They can
puff.
definitely try.
Mm, they might. Although you look a little different from what I remember. I fought
Well,
beside you guys a long time ago.
yes, then you might actually be able to help me, as the person we're looking for is actually a close associate.
Well, if
Well,
I
that is, if you're
say
willing to spill.
if I say I had information, what would you be willing to give me for
Like I said, a good challenge.
it?
What do you want?
50,000 Shaniks. And he takes a big puff of the smoke, and he's like,
Yeah, you're blowing smoke, all right. You think 50,000's worth that information.
true, but it is my information. How about this? 5,000. I'll drop a 0 or 2.
Hmm.
Don't make me make it 10. I might change my mind.
I'm sorry, but it seems like you seem to be still a bit drunk. Let me help a bit. As where that Decepticon symbol is, could I just go ahead and just scratch at it with intense force? Since he said it's just a piece of metal.
He's asking if he can grapple
Mm,
him to scratch him.
yeah, I'll go for it. He just sits there and looks at you, watches you reach across, and he takes a puff and he's looking. And before you can even do anything, if you want it that bad to replace yours, he literally just take it. I told you, it's just a piece of scrap. It's not even really mounted to him anymore. He just wears it because it was something of the past.
Okay, he just flicked it at me.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
And he goes, "You can have it."
I get to try my new skill. Because
Oh no!
because we leveled up, I was able to actually change out one of my spells.
Oh no! Forgot about this.
So now it's not anything bad, but it might seem bad in his eyes if he's still a bit tipsy.
Yeah, he is. So you'd have advantage over him.
He's gonna have disadvantage on con saves.
Yeah, he's sitting there drinking.
Thaumaturgy.
Let's see.
Oh. What exactly are you gonna do with this?
Well, considering I'm able to cast this multiple times, up to 3 for 1 minute, I'm going to create a tremor after his whole flick. I'm guessing there's lights in this room.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to make them rapidly flicker in an intense manner. And uh, I'd say, I'd say the booming voice, since I'm gonna be up close to him. Although although I'm not a soldier anymore, your discretion on such diligence should still be very wary.
Hmm. Murder or not. He's just sitting there puffing on the smoke. I'll take 5,000 Shanix, but now with this little power of yours, let me see. I'll make sure. How far do
So
these
he's
tremors
making the
go?
lights flicker and the
Well,
room rumble and his voice booming.
how? What is the radius of this?
30 feet.
Yep, so it's going to encompass the room. Like, he's going to be able to do all of this inside the room.
Yeah, and I can designate on some of it. I can designate
Okay,
how
hang on.
far, which is why I said the lights in the room.
Okay. Okay, I just had to make sure something. Don't worry, it's okay. As he's sitting there, he's looking around. Okay. Okay, how about this? I'll make it 4,000 Shanix. And he's kind of looking wary. He's like, he looks at the bottle and he's about to drink and he's like, uh, uh, 4,000 Shanix?
You see, I'm a bit strapped for Shanix. That's why I first recommended a challenge.
Uh, I'm a little drunk though, but
Well, then maybe you're willing to just give up the information for free.
oh, well, then what benefits me?
The benefit of not getting your ass handed to you into the ring.
How about this? And he kind of tips the bottle up and then he realizes, how about this? The information ain't worth that much, really. I was just hoping to get a bit more Shanix. You buy me 2 more bottles of this. This is only like 50 Shanix for 2 of them. And he kind of flicks the bottle to you, and the information's yours. And he just sits back and takes a puff. And he's just sitting there. Look at, I don't really want to do any racing right now anyway.
I'll disable my ability. I'll make it 4, just because we're old acquaintances.
Well, very kindly of you. So, have a seat. I will tell you what you would like to know then, since you're so generous.
I'm going to sit to his left.
And I know of you, Gilgamesh. Nice racing, by the way. Doesn't mean I like you. And he just side eyes you a little bit. Doesn't mean I like you
I never
either.
heard of you until today, so frankly, I don't know what to think of you yet.
I am offended, sir. How dare you? You know what? I'm done talking to you for the moment. Not like I have much respect for you either, though, big one. But shoot your
Maybe
questions.
it's not about respect, but it's about business and what's good for it.
And he takes his weird looking cigar and he taps it a few times. Now, business I can get along with. What do you got? Ask the question. Clock's ticking.
I'm just gonna boot up the hologram of the new Rex and just flip it to him.
He picks it up
What
and
can
he
you
looks
tell
at
us
it.
about this?
He's in the fight areas in the underground. not a place you want to be. If this is who you're looking for, and he looks at you, Overload. This guy,
Well, like I said, he is an old acquaintance.
if he's an old
How about you
acquaintance,
fill us in for those who aren't in the know? What is so special about him being in the arenas?
and the reason why he's in the underground, he's way too violent. Most of our fights above ground here, Gilgamesh, and he sets the tablet down, and he kind of just sits back. They don't kill. Yeah, we hurt each other, but we don't kill each other. We like the sport of doing it over again until somebody beats you out. In this case, that one is not. And he
He's
sits.
the one who likes to kill.
It's not that he likes to, it might be that he has to. That's why they're in the underground. There, bots disappear all the time. Sometimes they show up in pieces. That's how we lost a few good racers, because they thought they could do it. And let's just say they didn't come back in one piece or at all. And you see them blow a smoke ring up and then do another one. And you swear they're like intertwining and like orbiting each other in some way.
Who's his handler in the arena?
Well, it depends on who has him now if he hasn't killed him. Last one was named, now don't take this the wrong way, it's such a simple name, but his name was Barry. Can you believe that? A fighter controlling? This guy is not even a fighter. He is a little weasel. And somehow he
Is
got control
some
of him.
sort of alien?
Yeah. Kind of purpley. Not the greatest to talk to either. He's a real slimeball. He's worse than, well, most people out there. I'm a perfect angel here. And
Well, if he's
there
gone
thinking
through a
about-
number of handlers, this one's probably just gripped in fear that he could
Doubt
be
it.
killed at any moment, especially if he's a squishy type.
He picks up that tablet and he goes, I doubt it. And he's doing this with one hand while he's smoking the cigar and holding it with the other. And he flips it and he goes, yeah, here he is. Purpley looking dude. That's Barry. You think he's scared? He's holding a bunch of Shannocks like he's rich. That dude, that's like a little video clip, but you can see him just like, I got all the Shannocks. He's a real piece of work. And he says,
I haven't
yeah.
seen a squishy tip that not a single one of us has not been able to crush, so I don't think they're much of a concern.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll throw this in for free. To get to that underground, that's the fight area. You got to be very careful down there.
Who's
not
the
pretty.
boss who runs it down there?
Well, Barry
There's always
takes
a pit
orders.
boss.
Yeah, he's kind of an off guy, but he works pretty hard. They literally just call him the bar master. We don't know why. We don't even think that's his real name. We just call him Bar for short, but I don't talk with the guy very often and rarely see him above ground. So when you do, usually we try not to associate too much with him. And he picks up one of the bottles that was just delivered and he looks at the server and the server's like, oh. He's disappointed that you haven't pummeled him. And he starts taking a drink and he sets the bottle down. Any other questions?
I just tried to overload. Just seeing if he has anything else.
Well, how does one exactly get into the underground arena then?
Well, you got to know somebody to have those access points. Sometimes
He just turns to overload and just taps his shoulder and just kind of gives him a nod. He's not saying it, but he's kind of acknowledging, like, don't worry about that. I got it.
Hilltop just kind of finishes off. He's like, you got to know somebody who has access to it. I prefer not to, so don't ask me that. I really don't know. He puts his hands up in a sign of like, I surrender. I don't have it. So sorry on that part. You got to find somebody else.
We'll find our own way then. Well, I think we're all done here then. You enjoy your bottles here, and you have a good rest of your evening.
Ah, well now. Then he kind of
Yeah.
looks you up and down, Overload. I hope not to see you again because you're going to cause a lot of trouble here. And he just kind of puffs back on it. And he's looking straight ahead. While you're at it, can you send those two back in here? I still got to finish my story. And he
And
puffs again.
Here I was excited to talk to an old acquaintance again.
Who said I was an acquaintance? And he puffs again. And he just grins at you.
As I get up and go ahead and go to the exit.
As you
It
do.
is-
Gilgamesh, are you in front of Overload?
I would be behind him.
Okay, so you would hear this. You hear Hilltop call out to you, Overload. You leave because of their weak state? And he kind of has the cigar kind of put to the side and he's looking at you dead. Just dead straight at you, Overload.
No. In fact, I never left. They're the ones that left me.
He kind of leans forward and he sits kind of forward more and looks at you. Know the feeling, brother. And he takes another puff. Good luck.
You too. Though I will say, it's a bit sad I didn't get to challenge you. I was even willing to bet my sword on him.
Oh, sword now. Well, it's a good thing I'm going to be racing tomorrow to the top. If you want to join, then. Then he kind of takes
Sorry.
a puff.
I'm not confident in my speed.
Maybe him for that sword you're talking of.
What benefit is of mine to race on his behalf for nothing to my gain?
Well, the offer stands there for you. So then he kind of sits back, puts his arm above his head a bit, and he's like puffing on it. Like I said, good luck.
You want to challenge him for the sword? Why don't you actually challenge him in the arena? Prove you're actually worth the sword.
And now we already got information. There's no need for any back talking now.
When I'm sober. And he puts the bottle down.
It's not back talking. It's incentivizing. He taps his shoulder and he walks out.
You both leave. You hear him kind of boisterously yelling. Like, he's not boisterous, though. It's more of just him yelling. Aye, get them back in here. That's all you can kind of hear as you walk out. And you
I'm
see
just
this.
waving it off, just like, meh.
You see the
If they hear him yelling for him, they can go back in. I don't care.
Yeah. You see the server like, oh, I have to go and deal with him. Like, really disappointed looking at you both. Like, dang it.
I'm gonna drop 10 Chanix in his pocket.
And he looks, and he pulls it out and looks at it. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated still. And he kind of just, I have to go back in and deal with this. So
Actually,
what,
I actually wanted to test a word.
A word?
Considering that he's yelling and yapping, I'm gonna use command.
Oh no.
Considering he's yapping his mouth. What would bite do?
bite?
Bite.
Literally bite.
Could you make? He's asking if you can make him bite his own tongue.
Because I'm only allowed to say one word as a command. So I'm wondering what bite would do.
All right. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay.
Fail.
You hear him yelling from that. I got.
You son of a! Ah!
Yeah, he's literally.
And I'm just gonna look towards the
my
server.
tongue! I bit
Yeah.
my tongue
Yeah, you
again!
hear.
just gonna-
Oh my
I'm just
god!
gonna look. I'm just gonna look towards the server. Best I can do.
And he nods at you. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Big grin across his face.
Gilgamesh is kind of looking up at Overload, just kind of like with a half smile, a bit surprised, like, how'd you know that would have worked?
I didn't.
I mean, I literally rolled a 6, so I was like, oh.
That's it. We're walking out, and we're heading in the direction of the arena.
And you hear your server just as you exit. Please come again, Gilgamesh. We would love to have you. And then everything goes quiet a little bit, and then you hear the music all around you because it's still dark out, and you hear the music just blaring and just going at it. Which actually I don't know why that didn't cycle back again though. Sorry. Let's see if I can get it to work again. There we go.
Yeah, and now it's up again.
There. Made sure to hit that again. I thought they had it set, but whatever. So you guys are walking about. You see all the people partying and dancing. Is Gilgamesh in his disguise? No, he's not.
Nope.
And you see a few people pointing. Hey, isn't that? Could that be? Just wait until they come up with a T-shirt. No, I'm kidding. But you hear all these people bouncing around. You hear different kinds of things going on. You hear the racing, of course. Which, this time it is actual racing. You see a couple of cars sitting nearby. You know they're Transformers. They're just sitting there showing off. And you see one of them transform. It's like a steel blue car. But it doesn't look like any kind of human car. It's more futuristic looking, very sleek, very slender, and it's probably one of the more prominent racers for that much bluing and the way it looks. Probably wins a lot of races. What would you two like to do at this moment?
I'm just making my way through the crowd, and I'm looking for probably where they have like a bookie or someone like somewhere in the direction where the pit boss would be.
You come up to certain areas. You're in the pretty much where they're partying right now. You can see what looks like a booth of some sort, but it's more of a what is it? The cage kind of thing for casinos. But it looks like somebody who's sitting there waiting for people to come up. You see a couple people, looks like they're either placing bets or talking about some kind of fight, because you can see in the banners in the back names of people who are going to be fighting.
Do we
Or
see
racing.
any name on there we might recognize?
You see names, but they're pretty much the common racers and fighters. There's nothing up there that specifies brutality beyond belief.
All right. Yeah, I'm still looking in for basically someone who might be like the organizer of the fights.
You see over from it. Oh, excuse me. You see over from him some guy kind of standing there. He's kind of shifty looking. You don't know what he's doing though. He's just standing there, like he's waiting for. But he's just standing off to the side, kind of like, I'm here. But something just doesn't seem right with him. Because he's not partying with the rest of everyone else.
Likely security is what he's thinking. So he's going to go approach this man and he's going to ask him, I'm looking for the man who organizes the fights around here. Who can I talk to?
And he kind of looks you up and down. Look at Bot. You can talk to him. But if you're looking for something else, I can arrange something.
Well, that's an awfully vague statement. What do you mean by something else?
Well, he kind of turns and gestures through the gated area. He goes, those names are for the ones who are faint of heart, that do not wish to get their parts destroyed or their spark, as he flicks your chest, destroyed. The ones I host are more destructive. And if you're looking to fight and he looks you up and down, might not be for you.
Well, it just so happens it's not particularly for me, but for my large associate over here.
And he kind of glances over. He sees Overload and he kind of looks up at him. Now we're talking. He might have a chance. You, on the other hand, not so much.
And consider me his sponsor.
Ah, the manager, huh? 100 Shannocks will get you through the door.
Very well. He drops 100 Shannocks down.
He takes it in his hand. He looks at it. You can see him counting it through. Very well. Pockets it. Follow me. And he walks over to... You'd think it would be just like a subway or something, that he's going down a set of steps. Down this way. Not like we advertise this place. And he comes down, and there's another set of steps that go down to the right. You guys can see a door down there, and you see him. And he's like, he holds up a finger, like, wait for a moment, and he pounds on the door, and the proverbial slot opens up. Ricky, what do you want? Look, I got one, and his manager to fight. Look, he better not bring us something, Ricky. And he spots Overload, and he goes, he's in. And he opens the door. Now get lost, Ricky. I got my payment. And he tips his hat to you, Gilgamesh, and Overload. Good luck. And he walks away up the steps. And the guard, who's like this Cyclops behemoth looking thing, he's not much bigger than, well, it would be like the size of Carbine almost. He's not very big. He hops down off this stool looking thing. He moves to the side. Get in here quick. And he slams the door behind you guys and closes it and locks it down. You hear many locks going off too while he's doing this, and you can see them all.
Can I make a perception of the room?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
You can both do that if you want.
21.
Or not. As you look around, you can kind of see this. It doesn't look like the greatest room, but it opens up outside of that, and you can see out, and it looks way nicer, but it's all underground, and it looks like some kind of... You see the bar, and you see these other spots, and you can see these screens and other things, but there's this big, almost like window that's looking down on this arena, and you can hear and you can see all these creatures and aliens and bots just like, get him, and you hear some kind of fight going on, and you hear the bouncer. He goes, you want to go see the pit boss? He's right over there. You see this guy sitting at some kind of like desk table that's standing up, and he's sitting there. You can see him counting Shannocks. And he's just sitting there, smoking a cigar, some kind of four-armed weird alien looking thing.
So I'm just gonna kind of gesture to Overload to follow me, and we're gonna go see the pit boss.
Mm-hmm.
Pit boss is sitting there with the monocle on. And he's sitting there counting away, and he keeps counting, but he looks up with one of his eyes while the other is still looking down. And he's like looking up, and he looks up and down. Are you both fighting, or one of you? And he stops counting, and both eyes look, and he sets down the Shannix.
Well, as I understand it, it's a one-on-one combat, but if you'd prefer for both of us to be in a fight, that can also be arranged.
Your puny state, you'd probably get crushed. He'd last longer. He actually is about the size of one of our other ones that could go a round or two. But are
And
you
who's
willing
that?
to...
I hear you have a new champion.
We call him Crusher. That's all we call him. Because he crushes everything. Hope you don't want your friend back. If you're not going to fight, he ain't going to be nothing but scrap in the end.
Oh, I do believe my friend is well suited to the task.
Fine.
Question is your man up to the task?
Oh, he's up to the task. But he ain't mine. I just get paid. So, 150 Shannix buy-in for one of you. Chances of getting that back could be tripled.
I'm dropping 150.
He takes it, looks at it, and he turns around to the board, and you see the name Crusher at the top. You see a list of other names. Let's see, name. Or am I putting down green one? What am I putting up here?
I turn to Overload and just kind of look to him and let him decide if he wants to use an alias or if he uses his real name.
No. I'd rather let everyone know who I am. Put down Overload.
All right, Overload.
Gilgamesh'
Hello,
eyebrows kind of
whatever.
raise a little bit and just kind of like in that okay kind of.
You as manager then?
That would be I.
And he marks some kind of symbol saying he has a manager. So, and you see Crusher has a manager, and you don't know who it is, but you guys do know who it is. And he goes, you can watch some of the fights until you're up. You won't be for another 20 minutes. So you're more than welcome to have a drink on the house. One. Don't get in the fights up here, or you'll end up with the Crusher already as scrap.
Alrighty.
And he kind of shoos
Very
you
well.
both away, like, go on.
So
Let's
just
go
gonna
get
walk
us
away
in.
with Overload. Well, now I got your window of opportunity.
Yeah, there shouldn't really be a problem with me signing it with my actual name. Maybe.
Well,
What more can I do? Put another bounty on me?
it's not really another bounty that's the concern. Is that someone here may want to try and cash in on the bounty that's already out there. And he's looking around the room as he says this.
Do a perception check.
But the bounty on both of our heads is still very much out there. Using our real names is kind of dangerous.
Nice. Overload, you're looking around. You can see a lot of things. You notice the ring does wrap around, and you spot across the ring. Both of you actually can see this. That's Barry. You can see him sitting on the other side. He's counting a bunch of Shannix that he's won. And he's kind of sitting almost opposite side of you guys on the outer ring, just watching down at the fights going on, which right now is between some kind of three-legged creature with teeth and some kind of thing with feathers.
Well, if anyone did try to cash in on the bounty, they'd have to actually try. Though, I'm not exactly going to go down without a fight.
Be that as it may, I still would rather not try and fight our way off Velocitron, especially with how many people in question could be looking to cash in.
It shouldn't be much of a problem.
Well, I just don't say I didn't warn you.
And besides, I actually have a backup plan this time.
Oh?
I'm just gonna wave the portable teleporter.
Well, if we need to make a fast getaway.
Yeah, because I still have one set up. I just need to put it down onto a doorway and zap, we're out.
Well, if you end up having to do that down the arena, we're gonna end up having to split up, so I can use my invisibility and get out of here without being detected.
Hopefully
If
it
that
doesn't come
en-
to using on the arena.
Well, it's always nice to have a backup plan, though, so if we do end up splitting up and having to leave separate ways, we'll pick a rendezvous point.
Great.
As
Well,
you
Now we
both
just break down the clock.
Yep, so
As-
just gonna go up to the bar and just go order a drink.
as you go up to the bar, you guys get a drink. It's really not the greatest drink. You swear it's just oil, and it's nasty. As you do, you notice a
So
funny,
Bud Light.
yeah, pretty much. Just it's the crappiest drink you can think of right now, and they're sitting there, but you swear this thing moves on the end of the counter, and it just kind of shifts around, and you see the bartender, get out of here, I don't care what you are, get, and it kind of flops off the, you hear the, it makes a weird sound, and it's kind of weird looking, it's kind of fluffy-ish looking, and you see this one person that's like, look at Snuggles, get back over here, and it just kind of, and it crawls across, and it literally walks across your feet and climbs up to some strange little old, what may be a little old lady of some sort or creature, and it curls around her neck, and that's all you can hear out of it is some weird sound, and you feel Carbine going, is that what I look like? Like concerned, like, do I look like that?
He's just kind of blinking as he sees this and just like, certainly not like that.
I hope not. Even age, you guys can hear Aegis even going, just looking like, what in the world? I'm done. Yeah, he just sits there. Whatever, don't care. I'm just a bird
Be
right
amazed
now.
at the things you see on alien worlds. Cybertron is very different from other worlds.
Yeah, you hear Snuggles going off right now. Yes, you're Snuggles now, Noctis. Thank you. Give me a second.
Hey, was that Pitbull,
Hey,
Mr. 305?
chill. Mom home?
Mr. Worldwide?
Mom's not home, you dork. Let you out. Oh, God. Ah! Demon cats! Ah! Help me! D&D campaign went into Demon Cat. That's my new campaign, Demon Cat. But no, you guys hear the arena. You hear a couple of the matches going on during this time. Some shorter than others. And you hear the pit boss calling out the fighters to come out. You see one that you don't know how he'd win in any way. But they send him in, and you can hear the announcer in there just trying to play it up, but he really isn't. And the fight's over within a few seconds. And then they call up Overload. And you hear the pit boss going, hey, they're calling you, get over there.
Well, seems it's my time to shine.
Your time in the spotlight now. Don't have too much fun.
I'll try to hold back. but I'll
No,
probably fail.
I don't think you want to hold back at all against this one.
You see the pit boss kind of like, good luck against Crusher, eh? I got my Shanix on Crusher. And you can see him slide some around. And he just watches
Yeah.
you walk by. As you go down, you climb down into the arena. You hear the announcer. New fighter on the field, overload. And you hear people like, ooh, ah. It's like, really? Okay. Mm-hmm. And then our predominant crusher at this point will create anything out of you. He might turn you into a cup. And you see down below this huge door. And he goes, you kind of see everybody kind of take a step back from the glass and the bars and stuff. And they're like, and you could feel this. I think I just scared the crap out of cats. And it's loud. It's just, and the doors, you can see them move. We're gonna release Crusher, and you hear him. You see him hit a big button, and the doors slide apart and around the arena a little bit. And in the darkness, you could see an optic or something, and it steps out.
I'm just taking an Overwatch position, like where the glass is at, overlooking the arena, and I'm just gonna kind of fold my arms and watch with Carbine.
You see this huge bot come out and just slam his fists together. And he doesn't say anything really. And he looks at you. And you, Overload, you recognize him. It's Rex. But something's wrong with him. And you see his one arm is completely different. It looks like a hand, but it's clawed more. And the right side of his head is covered in other metal of some sort. And it looks like it's been opened up and replaced with something. And it's got a different kind of optic sitting in there.
Hey, bud. You miss me?
He doesn't say anything. He just stares at you. And he points at you, and then he pounds his fist again.
I'm saying to Carbine as we're looking down, observing this. Does his opponent look pretty altered?
Carbine looks down, and she kind of looks, and she goes, something's not right with him.
That much seems obvious, but there's something more to it. Like he's been mentally altered as well as physically.
At this point, roll me an initiative, Overload. Let's see who's going to toss for this one.
Finally, I roll high.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You get to take first swing at him. He's standing there waiting for you.
Switch to battle music.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Sorry, the music's
Yes,
in my head.
do it.
All right,
We must have fight music.
Where did my fight music go? Do I had music for this stuff? And I was. That's not what I want.
You
Just
get the
start
crowd chanting, "Let them fight!
Yeah.
Let them fight!"
You do hear the crowd. Ooh, that's loud. You do hear the crowd, but you hear them going, Crusher, 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 Crusher. And they're getting louder, and they're like chanting him. Almost like they're pounding their hands down on any surface they can to do it. Oh, where'd the other one go?
Come on, you really don't remember me.
He just stares at you and pounds his fist again.
Fine. Then maybe you can remember my fist then. And I guess I'll go ahead and strike where it truly hurts. Which, 15.
Damn. That hits. He literally shoulders it and he kind of leans back a bit, but he's still standing up. And he just
And-
kind of looks at you.
Because extra attack. That ain't gonna hit.
Nope. Got anything else?
Do I have anything as a bonus action? That's action.
what's
It's
that?
1-on-1 spar, so that won't work.
Wait, is Aegis with him?
Yes, he is. He could be literally his shield right now on his back, and nobody'd ever even think twice about it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's like it's 1-on-1. I'm not gonna use them. He's gonna be primarily just boosting up my AC at this point.
Okay, so you're just using him for the utility.
Because then until Rex here pulls a weapon, I'm not gonna pull a weapon.
Let me see here. I don't know, what's this one? One of the...
Oh.
Something else. Turn that down. All right, you got any? Did you have anything else you could do, or is that it?
I don't really have anything that would be beneficial as a bonus action. Like I guess I could just make it harder for him and just show the faith.
Okay. Sure, feel the birds around a creature of your choice. It's me. No. All right, so he's going to take a swing at you. So he charges up. 19 hit you?
Nope.
Ooh. He hits nothing. Oh. Wow, okay. Does a 22 hit you?
That would meet, but Aegis can cast as well.
A way to use him without using him. Okay.
And I'll do Shield of Faith, boosting my AC up 2 more.
So he swings past. He hits. Literally, you just kind of step out of the way. Rex seems a little off to you. So now he's going to see if it even works. I think that one would work. Does 25 hit you? Holy shit.
Oh, that does hit.
Yep,
Holy
that will finally
crap.
hit him.
I had to breathe for a second. I'm like, did that just do what I think it did? And it does for about 14 damage.
Okay.
And he backs up and he just stands back. And it's your turn again.
Yeah, I'm just making sure on something. Okay, and there isn't anything I can do here. How much damage did I take?
14.
14? Alright.
Mm-hmm. Not a whole lot. I rolled low on damage.
I need to minus 2 to my rockets. Oh no, I need -1. I only use 1.
I like really rolled low on damage.
I guess I'll go ahead and cast Branding Smite.
You gonna brand him? Oh.
So next time I strike, it will deal an extra 2d6.
Ooh. Okay. Ouch. Yeehaw.
In which rocket. Well, actually,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a natural 1 and a natural 20 in.
I was gonna say rage.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sacrificing my extra attack, but I mean that's a crit.
That would be a crit if he's raging.
Where are you hitting him with it?
Hmm.
Chest, arm, head, leg? I'm giving you an option.
I want to hit him in the pit. If you know where the pit is. Because I don't mean armpit, I mean like the stomach pit.
Okay, I wasn't sure for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. It's been a while since I've heard the term.
I'm just sitting here thinking, do I gotta pull up my soundboard for something?
Just about.
Because
All right.
man, oh man, I'm thinking about pulling it out.
So 19 plus 8. But because of how my rocket fist works, that's doubled.
54 damage.
54. Okay. And then there's the branding smite, 7 right there. And then plusing my rage, which is a +2.
So 63. 63 damage.
Now,
God damn.
I did have to sacrifice my extra attack to get that crit. So
Okay, are you done now?
yes, I used all my shit.
He's not holding back.
Uh, what happens when I roll a nat 20 again?
It doesn't matter what AC it is.
I
It's
know. Oh my god.
So, are you saying that he just responded with his own natural 20?
Yes. Oh my god.
Guess what?
This is
I'm
so
raging,
ridiculous.
so it's not
So
gonna do double damage.
it's gonna do half damage. So yeah, like it's just gonna be normal damage because it's gonna negate the double.
You're not gonna believe what I rolled for damage either, which is hilarious.
Max damage.
3.
Oh god. Okay,
So
never mind.
I only take 3 damage. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. You're literally. I'm like, when she said it half, I'm like, oh my god. Even with, I'm like, oh, that's such a bad
So
roll.
wait,
I rolled
so
a nat
he-
20, and then I rolled the damage, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be shitting me. That's the lowest, and that's the one it went with. It was a shitty roll. It's funny to me because I'm just like, oh god, these are the best rolls I can get out of the 2 rolls.
And
then
branding
He
smite.
punched him perfectly, like right in the kisser. But it was a pillow.
Yeah, literally, it's you knocked the wind
not to
out
men-
of him is what it was.
Yeah, not to mention I hit him in the pit. That's gonna
Yeah.
fucking hurt.
Yeah. So you did push him back with that, and he felt it, but he's still not acting like Rex. He's hasn't responded to you yet, like in any way. So he's gonna try again. 23 hit you by chance?
That fails.
Okay. He swings and he misses. Oh god, that misses too. Your turn.
Rocket fist.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
15.
No.
While this fight continues on, I'm having Carbine. I just kind of try to like scan and observe Rex to
18.
see if we can determine like if this is like similar to the chips that were like where he's being controlled by someone, or if there's something else going on here.
She starts scanning, and she has to do it kind of covertly because
Yeah,
there's all these people
we're
around. It's
like overlooking the arena, so like we should have an unobstructed view, but she should be able to do it
She
without.
gets a scan back almost instantaneously while she's reading him, and she literally shares the image with you through your optics, and you are looking at something. It's Rex, but it isn't Rex. It literally looks like somebody spliced two bots together in a horrific manner to try and do something scary. His arm is joined together, but it looks really wrong from the schematic that she pulled up and the look she's getting. And she's looking like they removed part of his head to do what they did to him. And it's really messed up. But there's really, it's like somebody is controlling him, but nobody is controlling him.
He's just like flying in a rage, basically.
Yeah, he's constantly in pain, in rage from what she can read out. And he has no idea what's happening. And no 18 doesn't.
All right, yeah, we're just processing that while the fight goes on. So,
And this doesn't really count as a curse, now does it?
What curse? Who? What? You cursing me? What curse you?
Oh no, I was saying the thing that's affecting him. It wouldn't
It's
be a
no-
curse now, would it?
How
Well,
did we
D&D
decide
he's been
curse?
experimenting
curse.
on, so I'm assuming it's more than a curse because his
Yeah.
physical form has been changed.
Yeah, this is more of a physical change, and it's
Like
not
this
really
is
a
like
curse.
closer to like a mutation than anything.
Yes, that actually would fit with this one.
Yep.
See, like with the chips, those technically you could run it as a curse because they're not normal to their body, and that was introduced separately in some forms. It's kind of hard to balance this back and
Well,
forth.
I mean, yeah, like
Yeah.
applying
Yeah.
literally applying a curse, but like this is like physical deformation, experimentation.
I think that's how we did it. Yeah. So this one, he has been physically altered in some form, though. Yeah. So that'd be cool to see what they do, but
Also, does 18 hit?
no.
No? Okay.
The other ones that were higher, yes, did hit, but not this one.
I could have actually used this instead of raging, but oh well. I think that's more or less it for me because I can't really cast spells anymore.
24 hit?
That just hits.
Oh. I'm gonna punch you. What the hell is it with my damage rolls? 15?
15, and that's
Yeah.
halved.
So let's just go 7. 7, right?
All right.
Yeah, I mean that's rounding down, so yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd rather roll down on it or round down on it. I was like, wait a minute, which way did I go? All right. That will not hit you. I know that even. Face swings, he misses. Yeah, I've done 3. I'm done. This guy is literally just brute at this point.
Yeah, and he's not precise at all with his swings. He's just like gorilla, just throwing his fists like wildly.
He literally is. You're right, because that's what he literally has become at this point. He's kind of like Overlord, except for Overlord can actually talk.
Hey, I'm able to think.
My brain
I
do working stuff.
I mean, I made a backup plan. I did it all by myself.
Good. You gonna try and slap him again with something?
Oh, I guess just rocket fist. 11, that won't hit. Use up the rocket, and again, 19.
That meets.
Mates, all right. 13.
Ow.
Plus 2, so 15.
I hate you.
I have to remember I'm raging, so. Can't do anything as bonus action because raging, so
Oh, that's
it.
right, raging. Oh, I thought you had 3 for some. Oh, because you're raging, that's why. That one misses. That one will miss. Is a 24 hit, right?
24 hits.
Okay. That's the only one to hit. Ooh, 30?
30.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I got a decent roll. Okay.
Oh, that's fucking base damage too. Fuck. Okay. I take 15.
Yep, there you go. That's it. I can't do anymore. I just the first 2. He's literally swinging. You can tell he is just crushing everything because, yeah, he's in bad shape. Go in for a hug. He loves you. I don't know what happened. I was crushed. And then Snuggles comes into the ring and saves you all. Wait.
All right. Rocket Fist. 28.
Oh my god, you're just slapping the crap out of him at this point.
9 plus 2, 11.
Oh.
Am I
Just slapping some sense into him.
Yeah.
Let me read up on rage again. Just make sure on something.
And you can specify where you want to hit him still, so if you want to hit him in a specific spot, you can. Slap the crap out of him.
I mean, more or less, I'm probably just gonna be hitting him in the pit. That way, it's more likely that he's gonna have a more possibility of just kneeling, making it easier for me to attack.
You just want to slap the crap out of him.
Well, yeah. This is bringing me back to the old days.
Slap, 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 slap. Then Gilgamesh gets approached by somebody. How much you want for that furry thing around your neck?
He doesn't even look in that direction. It's not for sale.
Carbine kind of sits up. The guy backs off. Never mind. Because he sees her teeth.
He's just keeping his eye on the fight. He's not paying that guy any mind. He's not moving.
I'll actually use my bonus action to end rage.
No. Okay.
But in return, I'm gonna have Aegis cast Warding Bond.
Mm-hmm.
And since I'm a willing creature, +1 to AC and saving throw. And I have resistance to all damage.
Go off.
So 25 AC.
Oh. Okay.
And he has damage resistance to everything, so he's gonna get it's half of everything, no matter what it is. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, whatever it is, it's halved.
Woo! Okay. 25? Did you it meets it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's one roll out of the. Okay, let me see what they have. Oh, for fuck's. Oh!
2.
It's 6.
All right, so he takes 3 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 damage.
Okay,
And
last
Aegis
roll.
takes 3 damage.
Oh, that doesn't hit you. Never mind. You've knocked the wind out of him, that's for sure.
And
considering
considering I can't use any more rocket fists now, Toll of the Dead.
Metallica
save.
just starts playing in that background.
Oh my god.
Boom! The bell tolls.
Oh.
So he gotta make wisdom save. I'm not sure how his wisdom is, so considering he has dual minds and not really in control.
Yeah, let's put it this way. He didn't save.
Whoa, then that's 2d12. 14.
Ow.
And then bonus
17
attack.
necrotic.
Wait, what else attack? Jesus Christ.
Bonus attack.
I hate you. No. Just no.
I mean, his wisdom's got to be terrible considering he's got 2 minds. So
Yeah, in a way. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta do math here. Give me a second. Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Wait, so wait. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You miss or hit.
Okay.
I take it as a hit. I take it as a hit.
it
Then
sounds like it is because I'm hearing a
Then
lot of grumbling.
Extra
Mhm.
10 necrotic.
Shut up.
I also realized that I forgot one of my traits.
Okay.
I can't really use it now because that would
Okay,
be against
good.
the rules.
Can I do something now?
Sure, because it was back when I did my crit, so I can't really change up anything.
Yeah, 20. Thank you. Why do you give me low rolls on damage? Come on. That's not
Okay,
funny.
W
16. That's half that.
16. 7. So
Okay,
8.
that's one. Oh, that won't hit. Will a 24 hit?
Miss.
Okay. And then the yellow. Nope. Okay. Never mind. I wanted to see something. He's screwed. Finish him. No, I'm not that far yet.
How is he looking?
He looks like a fresh daisy out of the fields. No, I'm kidding. He is looking kind of haggard. Some of the armament around him has kind of broken off. His arm is looking kind of busted up, and there's a couple pieces on his head that are kind of look loose.
I'm not sure if I'd be fine to cast Mortal of the Dead then. I don't want to kill him.
I mean, what?
Shut up, inner thoughts.
I mean, if you just attack normally, you just declare non-lethal damage.
Well, yeah, it's going to be non-lethal because it's bludgeoning. So
And he
Thought
explodes
Fist,
anyway.
19. That
That
hits.
means
7.
yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bot Fist, 28. That hits. 12. Non-lethal, by the way.
Non-lethal, by the way. Wow. Okay. He stumbles back even further, and he kind of is close to where he came out at. The doors have closed, and he's kind of standing there. He's looking around, and he kind of focuses back on you. He runs up, tries to let's see if he can grapple you at all. Hell no. He literally kind of just falls a little bit, and well, that doesn't hit either. Jesus Christ.
I want to do something, but it would be me going back my word about not pulling out a weapon until he pulls a weapon out.
Does a 23 hit you?
Miss.
Fuck. Nobody heard that. Shut up. All right. What was the highest out of everything so far? Oh. Your turn. I'm just gonna slam this dice down on my hand.
Bot fist. 26. 6 damage.
He gets slammed backwards.
Get punched in the
I'm
face.
actually gonna add on top of that.
Okay.
Divine Smite.
As you hit him, big
So,
amounts of
roll.
pieces of the modified arm and where his head is shatter off, and you can actually see the exoskeleton of his head underneath. The arm doesn't look natural to him, though. And he's looking pretty bad.
He be looking bad for wears. Okay.
Yeah.
Then no more true damage stuff. Just non-lethal. So bot fist. Non-lethal, by the way.
Where are you hitting him? In the pit again?
Yeah.
He's going for the knockout blow.
He stumbles back and he kind of blinks and looks around, and he's looking around and he seems confused, and he focuses on you, and you could see him swing his one arm around, the one that's not normal, and he looks at his other hand, and he just kind of looks like he's out of breath, like he's running out of energy. And he looks at you, Overload, and you finally hear him say something. And me. And he suddenly snaps back, and he looks like he's trying to get enraged again.
And he's prone, yes?
He's crouched down on one knee right now. He can't do anything right now.
So advantage, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Bot fist. 27. And non-lethal.
He slides back and hits the wall. And he's literally down on his... Literally, he's sitting up against the wall at this point. And he just calls out to you again. Finish me.
Go to sleep.
Lights out. 28. 12.
Finish him. Or at least knock his ass out.
I'm going to punch him in the face, non-lethal, by the way.
Just repeat punch to the face. Go to
Go
sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Rockabye Rexy. I can just see Overload standing over. Go to sleep.
No, it's Hulkbuster
Yeah.
standing over a Hulk, just punching his face repeatedly over and over again.
Yeah, it's just like, go to sleep.
Sleep. Please pretend to be dead. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
As you hit him, he looks up at you and me. And you hit him, and he literally collapses over. You see his optics kind of shut off, but he's out like a light. Literally. You hear the crowd around you kind of like, boo, finish him, crush him. And with that, this fight is over with. You see Barry up on the, hey, you can't take him out. He's mine. You better finish him. I got Shanix on this. And you hear him calling out, you cheated. I know you had to have cheated.
I cheated.
He kind of steps back away from the side. No, somebody else said that.
Please. I haven't even used my full force. as special effects time. Tremor.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Everybody kind of freaks out a little bit and it's like, and everybody kind of takes off and gets the heck out of there. Even the pit boss.
You want true power? Then come and face me.
You see Gilgamesh, you're watching Barry across the way, and you're just standing there with Carbine, and Carbine's just like, he's like trying to scrape up all of his Shaniks. I'm getting out of here. You keep him. I don't care. And he's like dropping some Shaniks as he runs by. And he's a little scrawny little dude. Even the pit boss, this isn't cool. You see him slide everything into a case. He hops down to his very, very short statured size for a pit boss. And he kind of waddles out.
I'm going to intercept the pit boss before he leaves.
As you stop the pit boss, he's rolling out with his case, and you're literally just stepping in his way, and he's like, hey, no refunds.
I believe your man was beaten, and you owe me money.
Fine. He opens up the case. Here. Now get out of the way. And he's kind of like throwing the money.
What did he give me? What did he give me first?
I think he just gave you a suitcase full of Shaniks.
I need to hear that. Is that confirmed? Did he just hand me a suitcase, or did he hand me a handful?
He handed you 3 times the amount you put down to register into the fight itself, and since he outright beat him without hardly taking any damage, he adds it up to about 5 times the amount. Hints of little things I throw in here. Surprise! You just kicked his ass.
So
You
I
barely
can add that onto my sheet.
Mhm.
Well, that was how much?
You betted 150.
So 150 times 5 would be
750.
750. Okay.
I think that's how we can do math around here.
All right, so that will put me at. Okay. Cool. I've made all the Shaniks I've spent today. I've made all of that back.
If I will tell you this, Overload, if you had gotten hit more, that amount wouldn't have been that much. He would not have gotten that much. Because you only literally took a few hits and it wasn't much. And I was like, this is going to affect it. I had it.
Also, just to say fuck you, Barry. Command, fall. Fuck you, Barry.
I hope you do that just before he hits the stairs.
He's not even out the door yet, and he falls, trips, and all the Shaniks falls all over, and the others around him start grabbing it up as they run out. And he's like, "Ah, it's mine! Ah, give it back!" Pit boss just walks by.
I step aside from the pit boss after he gives me the money, and just I smile with a shit-eating grin. Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, whatever. You got lucky this time. And you see him walk by. Barry grabs a couple of his Shaniks, throws it in his case. Hey!
Remember who the new pit champion is.
He's here, yeah.
And because no one wants to fight me, I guess I'm Tremor.
Tremor. So now you're Overload. You're sitting in the arena with a knocked out, what looks to be most of Rex. And a dog that's barking.
Arf, arf.
He's
Well,
going.
see, he's at least alive.
He's still functioning. He's just out like a light.
I'll go ahead and just pick him up and put him over my shoulder.
Carbine and I will join him down in the arena and help him carry the big guy out.
Oh, who said we're walking out?
Well, I'm helping you carry him in whatever direction you want to go. Whether it's out the door, out the back door, through the sewers, I don't fucking care.
I'm just gonna go up to the cage door and pull out the portable transport.
Oh my god.
Right on.
Since this is a doorway, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna put it on the side and activate.
The
And
door
the exit
opens.
point is the shuttle on the ship.
You didn't bring the ship this time. You guys space bridged, but you could
Yeah,
pop out
we
close to it.
we space bridged here. We didn't bring.
I'll allow
our
you to
ship.
pop out somewhere near it. How's that?
Then how about the bar that we met the informant?
Okay.
That
So,
would technically be the closest,
yep,
and
it
it
would
would be
be.
near the space gate.
Yep. So you open up. Thankfully, surprisingly, you're inside the bar. Unfortunately, it's closed right now, and nobody's really in there. So you guys pop out, and the lights are kind of off. It's kind of dark in there.
Well, this
And
might work to our advantage. No one's gonna see us lift him out of here.
Yeah, though I should honestly patch him up a bit. In which I'll go ahead and cast on lay on hands.
And while he's doing the healing, I'm gonna kind of go act as lookout and just make sure there's no one around.
as you do start to heal him up a bit, the metal that he was constructed with looks very rudimentary, like it was experimentation really badly. You're not repairing per se him, but you're repairing parts of what was attached to him as well, since it is a part of him now.
We got some data from when you guys were fighting. He's been experimented on pretty heavily. Might be best before we get him back to the ship before we try to resuscitate him anyway.
And you hear Carbine kind of pop up. We could sedate him.
Might be a good idea until we get him into the safe custody.
She hops down. She transforms really quickly into bot form. And she goes, I've always wanted to try this. And she just looks up and grins. And pokes him. And you
just be careful.
You see this liquid go into him. And he kind of... and he completely just is limp again. That should last for a while. I haven't tried this stuff out before. And she puts the little thing back in. She goes, and she transforms, hops back up to you. But we should move. It's too quiet.
Well, as long as he's stable, let's get him out of here quickly.
So as you guys haul Rex out, you guys can see the gate that you came through not too far away. Everybody is still partying. They're not really paying attention to the gate or anything right now. That are outside, that is. You still hear racing going on. And it's fairly nice, but it's calm in an unusual way.
Actually, I do think I have a thing for this that can sort of help. Where did... I'm gonna use Pass Without Trace. I create a veil of shadows and silence that radiates from me, masking me, my companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including myself, will have a bonus 10 to stealth checks. So
that's fine. Yeah.
We're gonna do this, and if we have to make any stealth checks to get through, we will be able to do it without much problem.
I'm gonna say that Void Striker has caught up to you guys for a moment, but he's already made a call to Kiara to open the gate for you. And the gate will open as soon as you get close enough to it. and when you guys step through, you kind of see Velocitron behind you, and it's highlights and that, but it's not going to be the last time you guys see it. And you step through, Kiara comes running up, and she kind of stops and takes a few steps back. Who's that?
Do not question, but patch him up.
We can
We
try.
need to get him stabilized. He's been experimented on quite heavily.
Then get him to the med bay. Felix is in there. You guys, I'm going to speed this along. You guys get him to the med bay. Felix looks at him and he goes, "What in Primus happened to this one?" And he's like trying to work around the modifications on him. We need to keep him under for right now. I'm going to hook him up to the machine to keep him kind of in a state that he won't wake up right now. And also,
Carbine should be able to help as well.
yes, I'm going to need it. And he's just really dumbfounded. He goes, "I suggest we also secure him for the time being, just in case." He's looking really nervous, like this isn't right. And so he's looking him over, and he goes, "You did a good enough patch job to keep him going, but I don't know what they did to his head. I'll have to run thorough scans even deeper and see what I can find." And he goes, "For now, just let me work. Carbine, I don't need your help." And she kind of hops down but transforms into bot form, and she starts to work with him. And you can hear them talking back and forth a bit, like what they need to do. And with that, we're going to end session here. With you standing there looking at Rex's body, wondering if your friend is still in there. Dun, dun, dun.
Yay.
Okay, this session went way longer than expected. You guys really want to fight something. Jeez.
I didn't get it.
What are you talking about? I didn't even fight.
He
I
did.
I didn't get my daily punch quota.
Okay, I'm going to have to throw something in there. I'm going to have to give you a punching bag or something. I really am going to have to give you...
I don't, like, you have an awfully high quota then, because you started the session off training with two of the mini-cons. Then you had a solo fight this entire session where you bot fisted the shit out of this guy.
So,
And you're telling me you were under a quota? Really? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
what I miss?
You're all back at the station. Overload beat the crap out of somebody. Gilgamesh and Carbine were stealthing it up and doing trickery stuff. You were getting hit on by Addie. You got her number now. You might be getting married too. I don't know.
Okay.
You had a very swell date.
Okay.
I've been up for nearly God knows how many hours. I'm fine with anything at this point. Because you want to know the kicker? Turns out I didn't need to leave the session.
Bruh.
All right.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you can go sleep now.
Hang on. Here we go. There. Now he can talk.
You sure?
Yes, I unmuted somebody so he could talk if he wanted to. Knuggles!
What is this shit, bro?
I miss you, Cuddles.
What the fuck? I got muted out of nowhere. What the hell? Fuck you. I was in the middle of looking at Twitter and commenting to myself about Twitter.
Oh, wait. I'll mute him again. He won't hear it.
Fuck you.
Oh,
I don't want to be fucking muted.
Yeah.
Sorry,
But
he's
yeah,
got to be muted. He's talking too
I
much.
didn't meet my daily quota during that time where we were about to end. So I needed my daily quota.
Did you punch Gilgamesh?
I wish.
Oh, whoa. I'm not getting in on that one.
Really now? I just funded your entire fucking fight, got you in, paid for it.
Yeah,
Snap
and I did,
fave,
and
I didn't get to race on Velocitron.
You'll get your
I did
chance
get you
again.
more. I did
Yeah,
get you more.
I've got more stuff to do on Velocitron. I'm just going back to drop the boy off.
I saved my boy.
Oh my god.
How? And is
I
he
beat-
still in one piece?
I beat the shit out of him.
Saturday, Sunday, wait.
So he's at.
Like, why would you want to
in less
punch me
than one
anyway?
piece.
I just did so
Now
many
they're
favors
fighting
for
amongst
you.
themselves. Great.
I just did so many favors for you, bro. What? I mean, come on.
It's a bro punch. What you mean?
Bro punch.
The
Jesus.
bro punch.
You put him through the wall.
The bro punch.
Did he break one of my walls?
No.
Almost,
Honestly, real.
No.
almost because of Carbine. If they kicked me any farther, I probably would have.
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
She has a fierce kick.
Just don't laugh out. Galaxy.
Come on, Galaxy, you've at least got to care about the mighty Potato Lord.
Oh my god.
Not the other guys. Only the Potato Lord matters.
What have I created?
Yeah, fucking Carbine's leg game ain't no joke.
Oh, sorry. What? All right, let's wrap this craziness up. Jesus. Links are down below for getting to YouTube to find all these episodes. I will have this episode up sometime this week. I'm thinking in a couple days because I have to do all my processing. Plus, I need some time on the weekend to decompress a little bit because I've got other stuff to do. Yay. So this will be up and probably on Sunday. Maybe. We'll see. Depends on how busy I get. Yeah, but the YouTube channel's there.
Arenas.
Oh, yes.
I'm mentally
The
tired.
arenas where Void Striker will be the competitor in one, Overload will be a competitor in the other, and Gilgamesh will rule all over them.
No, I was going to put Gilgamesh in the club on a stripper pole.
No. I can't.
A little more
No.
flexibility than us two big
No.
dogs. People enjoy him more.
Yeah, but you're shinier now, and now you got possibly like a date. So
You're what the kids call dummy thick.
yeah.
You're just jealous that I'm at least 3 Cs and you're not any C.
Don't worry, Addie likes
You
him.
can be all the C's you want to be, man. I don't care.
Dude, slim like a Slim Jim.
Void Striker keeps getting calls from Addie. So, what are you doing?
I'm
When
trying
you
to think
coming
around, but that slap on my
back?
ass cheeks keeps alerting
Yeah,
me.
when are you gonna be back? But no, links are down below in the Twitch stream here. If you catch us on YouTube, the links are there too. They'll go back and forth, so figure it out from there, because I'm not that crazy. I'm insane. There's a difference. And for Dave, there's a link down below. Find his link. User redacted. Nah, he's user redacted. It's Mercer. His link is down below too. It's Frosted Merc. You'll find those links. It should be in both, because I think I added yours to the Twitch one too, so that way it's easy to find too. And just click on them. You can
I
go.
don't see his link.
Oh, shut up! I'll fix it later. Just look at
Fix it-
Frosted
we'll
Merc.
fix it in post.
Yeah, shut up. And again, I do have a contest running right now. Just kind of tag me in it. Tell me where you have it at. I'll go check it out, and I'll add it to the number of times you do it every day. And I'm expecting every day. Every day.
I said,
You
you
will
want my
do
email
it.
account
Every
for
day.
Galaxy
Yeah.
stuff?
Spread the
Yeah, I
word.
figured Galaxy Star will be the one who wins, right? Yes.
Yep. I mean, not most likely unless we get some new viewership in here who wants to come and
I
take the
would do
throne
it every
from her.
day, but he won't
Yeah.
ship to me.
I would say I would love to, but I'd be afraid the shipping would kill me for something that,
It don't
No.
cost me $15 to send to America.
God, it's going to cost me more to ship it to you.
Yep, especially with the post office here in the U.S., man. I tell you what.
Yeah, I don't envy you guys at all. The
Yeah.
only thing I envy is your internet speeds.
Yeah.
I don't
we-
even envy our internet speeds. I think
It's
Japan.
better than like 3 megabytes a second, bro.
I mean, yeah,
Better
it
than
definitely is
nothing?
that.
Let me get
I
that
have,
196K baud modem running. I've got a computer here
Dude,
with
if
a
I
modem in
install and
it.
I'm back in dial-up, bro.
Yeah, that's
mean,
what's
my-
in this computer next to me. It's scary.
My internet's not gigabit, but it's like halfway there.
I'm not even
much
there
better
yet.
than my megabits.
Not even close. But yeah, so contest, lower 48 states I'll ship it to. And like I said, put it in, and then I'll put it into a thingy that does all the selection for me. And yeah, you could win some dice, a bot.
I learned a new
Or
curse
one.
word. Fuck.
No, that's normal.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
You
schmingus.
just learned that?
Oh no
Bloody shit,
no! Wait.
no.
No,
I
that's it.
nearly
I'm
spilled
muting
my
them all.
Pepsi bottle, bro. Wait, shut up! I nearly spilled my Pepsi bottle. That's why I said that. No,
And I
I
thought,
learned
I
the
thought,
curse word in Chinese, bro.
Okay.
man, I thought,
Oh,
I thought you
great.
learned,
Yeah.
I thought you learned schmingus.
Oh,
Fuck you!
Jesus.
I'm not a. I can speak unlike Dave, bro. Okay. Fucking.
All right. Well, do you guys want to say night?
Fuck you.
Oh, Jesus. This is them saying good night, everyone. There you go.
Schmungus.
You
Hey,
did that.
Hey, at least we're not
I
illegal
will.
bird species.
I will have more details about the Destiny campaign here in a few weeks. So if anyone's interested in that, I will be talking about that more probably in our next session once we get closer
Can I be a
to.
floating potato?
Yes, spread the word.
I
That's what you need to
already
do.
have someone I need to talk to about coming in to be the 6th character, so
Ooh, wait.
it's gonna
I
be
just
kind
wanna
of
show up
full.
for a one-shot thing. I don't want to join
Hang
the
on, I'm
game.
going to
They
mute
have-
them for just a second so I can hear myself think. Yes, Galaxy Star. They could get talking on it. So, yes, spread the word around. Just tag me and where you put it at, and I'll count it. For every one of them I count, the more chances you get, the higher the chance you get to win. So, there we go. Yeah. If you got questions, you can always Discord message me too. That's fine.
You didn't
Oh, wow,
deny
they're
it.
quiet.
I have a player as a ghost.
So he
Okay.
has a GLaDOS shell who's just the potato battery.
Yes.
I get. You guys want to say bye now, or do you want me to just mute you all and just do
Well,
it?
I was just saying,
Bye to the only viewer that
I will have more
actually ever
info
see.
coming
Bye,
soon.
Galaxy.
Yeah. You see,
Bye.
yeah, we got that part. There we go. So I'll do the final, as the usual, wherever you're at in the world.
I'll see you next week. Get some sleep.
May
Yeah,
the calming wind guide your heart.
there you go.
Fuck the calming wind.
Well,
Where
the
did it
calming
go?
wind says "fuck you."
Woo! So wherever.
Suck my left
Jesus.
nut.
Okay, that's it. I'm muting him. Jesus. Okay, wherever you're at in the world, though, we enjoy y'all joining us when you can, and like if you like, dislike if you don't. Don't really care if you do. How's that? Meh. But yeah, wherever you're at in the world, though, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and be safe out there. The world is getting crazier. And we'll see you next time, which also I need to talk to these guys about when the next time, it might be in 2 weeks on the, I forgot the date already, might be on the 28th. That's a Friday as well. So I'll talk to them and we'll see if that will happen, because I need a little time to set up a few things before that. So I'm laughing so hard. You guys got her laughing so hard. Stop it.
Yes.
Who laughing so hard?
Then our job is done.
Ashton Thelida.
What?
Ashton Thelida. I'm
What the hell is
sorry,
that?
do you not speak Elvish?
I'm here. I see your.
No, I don't.
Yes. Hey.
Well, aren't you just a peasant?
I speak human. Thank you very much.
God.
Where the fuck am I supposed to go this way?
The channel.
Galaxy, the link is literally right below the stream.
I can send it to her. That's fine. I can send the channels through that. That's fine. Yeah. It's like, God, if I can type it right or get it right. Jesus. Okay, you jokers. Behave yourselves. Bye, everyone. I hate every one of you. I hate my players. I hate my players.
Yeah,
They make the sound.
yeah.